must begin.
What you think that you think that you think that we think is cool. You think that you think that you think that what you think you think I think you think that we you think that we I think you think that we
But it's clear that it must begin.
what you think that you think that you think that we think is cool. You think that you think that you think that what
But it's clear that it must begin.
Hello, 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 everyone. I hope y'all are having a great weekend. We're going to get started here in just a few seconds. Super excited for today as we continue our Python learning journey. Hello, hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Hope y'all are doing well. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. Good weather where you are, maybe. Hey, Devman Sam, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Oh, and I can't see. Twitch is doing something weird. Hang on. I'm missing some chats here. Hey, Celeste, good to see ya. Hey, Misty's Cozy Corner, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Also want to say thank you to Casey's, Theomi1613, 8-Bit Collector, Tsitsi81, Magic, Wyvern Codes, Glenelly, FC Music 1, It's Lola Baby, and the Strelo K Gaming. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. Great to have you here. Motown, hey, they say, hi Mindwolf, I actually just started this course earlier this week. What chapter are you starting with today? We are starting with chapter, well, it depends on if you're going with the book or the lessons. We're starting with lesson 5, which is chapter 4 in the book. So yeah, we're going to be doing lesson 5 today on functions, and maybe if there's time, we'll get to loops and iterations. Hey, Wyvern. Devman Sam, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, but yes, this is part of oh great, Motown, that's awesome. Misty says, I've never learned Python before, just here for the vibes. Absolutely. Well, you're welcome to stick around. If you're familiar with other languages, you'll probably see some things you're familiar with here in Python. And yeah, this is, if it's your first time here, anybody in chat, this is a very chill stream, educational stream. We're learning Python together here. Of course, Motown, no worries. Listen in. Yeah, so my normal vibe here on this stream is I'm an educational streamer. I normally teach full stack web development with the 100 Devs nonprofit. But my day job is I'm actually a data engineer, senior data engineer, working with big data warehouses. And primarily I work with SQL. And also I build ETL pipelines, if anybody knows what that is. I build ETL pipelines, working with SQL, working with ETL tools. And one major tool that I've always kind of felt is missing from my toolkit is Python. I've never learned Python thus far in my career. And I kept thinking, oh, I got to learn Python. Oh, I got to learn Python. Oh, I got to learn Python. I was talking with Marcia from the 100 Dev server. If you know who that is, they're a great, fantastic, data engineer as well. And they're really skilled with Python. They've done all sorts of cool automations with it. I was talking to them a little bit and I was like, man, I got to learn Python. But I just could never get the initiative to, do it myself, right? Just to sit down on my lonesome and learn Python. And for me, the best way I learn is by teaching. And so I thought, well, you know what? I'm actually going to start teaching it here live on stream while I learn it. And that'll make me actually do the work. And so far that's been working. I've been doing the work. We've been doing the lessons here on stream. This is part 3, but there's no harm in jumping in now. If you're just brand new to the series, you can always listen for the vibes. Like Misty's is doing. That's a great idea. Lots of people listen to my stream while they're cooking. People seem to do that a lot. And yeah, we're just kind of chilling out and learning together. Also, the vibes here are, if you have a question, feel free to ask. I will do my best to answer it. I'm always looking at chat. And there's no such thing as a silly question. There's no such thing as a silly question or a stupid question. Those don't exist. Those aren't real. If you have a question, it's highly likely that somebody else in chat has a question, the same question. You were just the person who was brave enough to ask it. So, stupid or silly questions don't exist. And you saw the chat rules when you signed in. Just, be nice to each other, be excellent to each other. And, yeah, we have a good group of folks here. Brave Traveler, welcome to the stream. They say Python is really cozy. Yeah, it absolutely is. I really like it so far. Like I say, I'm more familiar. Like SQL is the language I get paid for, the language I use at work, the thing that makes me money. But I have a lot of fun teaching web development with JavaScript as the primary language. And JavaScript and Python are both based on kind of the C syntax, C template. Thank you for the stretch. I'll do that in just a second. The C template, that syntax. And so I'm seeing a lot of similarities here with JavaScript, which has made it pretty easy to pick up so far. So, yeah, some interesting differences so far, such as the fact that white space matters. I've never used a language where white space actually matters before, so that has tripped me up multiple times. Hey, Devdi, good to have you here. And do a little stretch here. Oh, there we go. See if I can get my shoulder to pop. That feels good. But yeah, so, the white space thing has tripped me up a few times, but other than that, that's been my main sort of stumbling block. Everything else has been pretty accessible. I've been doing well, Devdi. I hope you're doing well as well. Misty says, I'm pretty new to coding. I will try to learn Python eventually. Currently learning to master HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Yeah, that's fantastic. Are you doing, Misty's, are you doing 100 devs? Or are you just learning it on your own? Motown says, threw me off at first. Yeah, the white space thing. It's, like SQL doesn't care about white space. JavaScript doesn't care about white space. I know a little bit of C#, and C# doesn't care about white space. Heck, I even know VB, and that doesn't care about white space either. So yeah, this is new. Hey, Hellhound, welcome. They say, sorry for bothering. No, you're not a bother at all. What are we coding? Well, we are doing the Python for Everybody course, which is a free course, learning Python from the ground up. It's been extremely accessible so far, even more so for folks like me that already have a coding background, but it's aimed at people who have never written code before. Hey, Shalin Dev, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Misty says, no, I'm on my own. I'm not sure how to access the 100 Dev self-paced content. Misty, go ahead and go to communitytaught.org. And I can put the link in chat here. I'll get it open on my other screen. I'll paste the link and you can go there. That's where you can access all the course resources. And if you do !100 devs in chat right now, that will give you a link to the website, which then has a link to the Discord. So I would highly recommend the Discord's a great place. Yep. Thanks, Motown. So if you head to that page, there's a link to the Discord. Yep, head in there. And I'll get you a link. The communitytaught.org is where all the course resources are. So, and it's kind of like this Python for Everybody site where it tracks your progress. You can, let's see, there we go, communitytaught.org. That's for 100 devs. And it's, full stack web development, learn full stack web development. So head there. You can find all the homeworks, all the videos, any resource that you want. Yeah, and also too, that's a great point, Motown. On 100 Devs, we are also doing what's called Huntober right now, which is where we're having live sessions where you can come and ask questions about the job hunt. So, learning to code is great and learning to code is fun. I love coding, but a big part of the reason why a lot of people learn to code is so they can get a job, right? They want to change careers, or they want to get their first job as a programmer, a developer, an engineer, whatever. They want to get their first job in tech, and that is as much of a challenge in itself as learning any programming language. I wish you could just learn a language and then, turn in a ticket that says 1 job, please, and then be given a job. That would be wonderful. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. And so right now we're doing Huntober, which means live daily sessions where we talk about getting a job. People can come up on the Discord stage and share their questions or experiences or their advice. We've had some wonderful folks from the Twitch community come and share their experience getting tech jobs. And I might be up there one of those days too. I just haven't had time. But yeah, we've had some wonderful guest speakers. So it's been a great time, get all together, live on the Discord and just figure out how the heck do you get a job today, right? We've all heard it's bad. So how the heck do you do it? Wishful thinking, I know, right? Hey, AKS, welcome to the stream. Hello. They say, I want to do this too. I'm just scared. What are you scared of, AKS? Are you scared of learning to code? Are you scared of getting a job? What are you scared of? Dragon poop meow. I don't know why my automod flagged your message. I'm sorry, Dragon. They say, would you learn Ruby on Rails in the future? It depends. So I would have to have a reason to use it. Right. I teach web development because I want to help folks get jobs. Right. It's not what I do for a living. I'm not a web developer. I've never been one. And I don't see myself becoming one, but I teach it because it's really a good kind of an all around skill to have. And it's fun. And I'm learning Python because this Python will help me in my day job, given what I do. But to learn something like Ruby on Rails, I would really need to know, use case for it. I would need to find a use case for it in my life, in order for me to actually, really want to learn it and teach it. Dragon says, Python, isn't that the godlike language in LeetCode? I guess so. I mean, it's a pretty good, useful language it seems to be a very versatile language. You can use it for a lot of different things. Oh, AKS says you're scared of coding interviews. Okay, we'll talk about that in just a second. Devman says, do you have a teaching background? You're an excellent communicator. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I actually don't have a teaching background. I mean, I taught piano to little kids when I was in high school for some money, just to make a little extra money. But I don't have any kind of formal teaching training. Everything that I do here is basically trial and error. So I have been doing this for about 2 years now. Just started out very informally, started out accidentally. I didn't intend to become a Twitch streamer or an educational streamer. It just kind of happened. And so, a lot of it is just practice and repetition. And that kind of goes to what AKS said about, being scared of coding interviews, right? I didn't sit down one day and be like, I am going to become, I'm going to become somebody that people say is a good teacher on Twitch. Like, that was never my intent. But I've improved my skills over the past 2 years by literally practicing. I used to stream twice a week. I only stream once a week now, but still regular, consistent practice and repetition. And then also revisiting what I did to see, okay, what did I do well? What could I have done better? And so, it's reasonable. Like AKS said, they're scared of coding interviews. It's perfectly reasonable to feel that way. I don't think anybody genuinely likes doing job interviews. Some people might, and that's wonderful. But, just like with anything, fortunately, it's not a skill that can't be improved with practice. And so the best way to get over that fear, or to, I shouldn't say get over it, I should say reduce that fear or mitigate that fear of coding interviews, is to practice them in an environment in which you feel safe. When I got my first dev job, this was before 100 devs. This is before I knew any formal strategies for being good at interviews. I literally stood in front of a mirror and I printed off a list of like 50 interview questions from the internet. Like, I just Googled like common interview questions, printed those off from the internet and read them to myself, and then answered them to myself in the mirror to see, how do I look? How did that feel? Could I come up with an answer to that question on the fly? And the questions I didn't do well at, I would practice them again. And I practiced them over and over for days. And that helped me do much better in that interview than I would have otherwise. And so, just like with anything, just like with a musical instrument, just like with any sport or skill, you can improve your performance and you can improve your confidence and you can build muscle memory by practicing. And so it's not something that people are born with. It's not something that, oh, well, they're always going to be good at interviews and I'm always going to be terrible at interviews. That's not how it works. You can improve your skills by practicing, just like I've gotten better at streaming and teaching over time. Sufi says, welcome to the stream, by the way, Sufi. They say, I started from HTML and CSS. I want to go to full stack. Any help, resources, or books? Yeah, Sufi, you can do the exclamation point 100 devs in chat. It's a free course, and I tell you, when I say free, I mean 100% free. All the resources are open source. I shouldn't say open source, but free. All the resources are free. Classes are free. We have a Discord with about like 80,000 members or something ridiculous at this point. A very active Discord with a bunch of helpful people on it. Yeah, free, like 0 to hero web course. And then after that, we help you get a job in terms of, how do I interview? How do I know how to answer questions? How do I negotiate salary? We're doing a live event right now called Huntober, which is like the job hunt Huntober. Just helping people figure out how to get ahead in the job market. So, yep, if you want to learn how to be a full stack web developer, 100 devs is the way to go. If you prefer another stack, there's all sorts of other free resources out there. If you don't want to do HTML, CSS, JavaScript, kind of that route, if you want to do another stack, free Codecamp is great. The Odin project is great. There's all sorts of free resources out there. Just don't pay thousands of dollars for a boot camp. I'm going to pause there for a second to anybody who was kind of just tuning out for a second. I want them to perk up their ears. Don't pay thousands of dollars for a boot camp, because there's so many free resources and lovely people on Twitch and on YouTube who will give you the same information for free. Okay? So that's my main guidance, is just use free Codecamp, use the Odin project, use 100 devs. I don't really care what you use. Just please don't pay thousands of dollars for a boot camp. Hey, Mattel Geek, good to see you. I'm catching up with chat. I'm way behind. Oh, thank you, DevD. Ant-Man, thank you so much. It's good to have you here. They say, hey, stopping by to say hi, follow you on Twitter and Blue Sky, so want to come here and support your channel. Thank you so much. Yeah, I actually posted on Blue Sky today. I got to get better about that. It's still not really muscle memory for me to post outside of Twitter, but I need to transition over to Blue Sky. I do have a Blue Sky account. You can follow me there. I'm Mayan Wolf there as well, so super easy. I promise I don't spam your feed. I really just post about my streams and occasionally post about other things, but... Oh, Titi, thank you so much for the follow earlier. Good to have you here. Shalon says, based on your day job, what would you recommend learning and building with SQL if someone was interested in being a data engineer? SQL Bolt, SQLBOLT. That's a great free resource for learning SQL. Again, it's free. It's completely ground up learning SQL, building stuff with SQL, learning how to do CRUD operations, so create, read, update, delete. All those skills in SQL. And what to build in SQL is really, it's a bit different than learning something like JavaScript where you're going to build a full stack app with it. SQL is really more of a query language, right? You aren't necessarily building stuff as much. So, I would just recommend just getting skilled at SQL and knowing how to make refined queries and, get exactly what you want out of your query. And that'll, help you get ahead as a data engineer. Also, Python is good too, as I'm learning. Oh, thank you for the stretch again. Ugh. I have a bad shoulder, so sometimes it pops. Oh, there it went. Yeah, that was a shoulder pop. Yeah, so many free resources. Absolutely. Misty says, after this Python lesson, what will you stream? We'll go back to web development, but what we are going to do first, so the way that I teach is when we learn a new skill like this, we did the same thing after we learned React. I learned React live on stream as well. After we did that, immediately the next thing we did is we built a project that contained all of the skills we had learned in the course. So with React, we didn't just say, all right, we've learned React, we're done, goodbye. The very next few streams, we spent building things in React, building applications in React. I don't know what we'll build here in Python, but it'll be something. After we're done with the course, we've gone through all the lessons. Maybe we'll build something that uses web services, right? That's it. Or maybe we'll do some data visualization. I don't know. Those are things we'll learn later on. Chopstick, welcome to the stream. Can I ask why you chose the username Mindwolf? Yeah, I came up with it when I was 12. So I came up with it like over 20 years ago. And it's just kind of stuck with me ever since. I've used it in various places, and I came up with it when I was 12, and I was on I only had dial-up internet and crappy dial-up internet, so I used to hang out on text-based forums all the time, particularly text-based like crappy role-playing forums. I used to play like fantasy characters, and I was a talking wolf, and so there you go. Yeah, the kind of thing that 12-year-old, that people did and I assume still do in middle school. Mr. Subtleties, welcome. And CC says, I just got into JavaScript but thought I should join anyways. Absolutely. There's no barrier to entry on any of this stuff. And you're probably not going to understand some of what we're going through, but as you get into JavaScript, it's more about like pattern recognition, right? You're going to see a lot of similarities with JavaScript, and you're going to be like, oh yeah, I recognize that concept from that Python lesson. I remember that. I remember those words. I remember that vocabulary. And so, yeah, there's no barrier to entry here. Yeah, we're going to be doing chapter 5 today. We'll get started here in a minute. Hey, Leah, welcome. I'm going to give you a quick shout out, Leah. Leah T Codes. Let's see, shout out. Gotta get this right. Leah T Codes is a fellow streamer with 100 Devs stream team. I can't spell. Hang on. Shout out Leah T Codes. All right, let's try that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, fantastic streamer. Give them a follow if you don't mind. Yeah, they're on the stream team with me. Super positive community, just like this one. Also give them a follow on Twitter. They have a great Twitter presence as well. Let's see. Subtle says, maybe looking to Django after this. I've heard that, yeah. And yeah, maybe I will. I'm gonna get good at Python first, though. Absolutely, Misties. And yeah, good to have you here. And Chopstick says, I love old usernames. Heck yes. Wyvern says, I have the same condition in my eyes. And what they're referencing is my eyes, which, my camera's at an angle, so it's a little hard to tell. But if I look straight at the camera, it's very clear to tell that my eyes don't point in the same direction. I have a condition called strabismus. It's a condition I was born with, where my eyes point outward at an angle rather than together. Now, it doesn't affect my daily life at all, other than the fact that I don't really have depth perception. And Wyvern says, I have the same condition in my eyes, and I feel insecure during an interview. I just can't have the eye contact for a longer period of time. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I won't deny that that's something that I've thought about as well. And I think the important thing to remember is that we can't really control how others see us, right? I mean, somebody else might go into an interview with spinach in their teeth, or, I always see it as, okay, yes, people are going to make snap judgments about you based on your appearance. That's just that's just something that we do as humans, right? We can't control that. But what I can control is my confidence and my attitude when I go into an interview, right? I want to give that interviewer no impression that the way my eyes look has anything to do with my level of skill or my personality or how I'm going to fit into their culture. And heck, most positions are remote now anyways, right? Why does it matter what I look like? It shouldn't matter what I look like. And so for me, I see it as just like, yep, this is a thing I'm aware of. It doesn't affect me. And so I need to convey to the interviewer that it's not going to affect them or my performance or my skill. I still have all the skills I need to do this job. And the fact that I have a minor physical difference shouldn't matter in the slightest. And so I treat it like it doesn't. And that's really all we can do, right? So hold that eye contact. And I mean, heck, if the interviewer is struggling with it, sometimes if people are struggling, I'll say just, hey, I'm looking at you out of this eye or this eye, depending on which one I'm using. And so, hi, yep, I'm looking at you out of this eye. So feel free to look at this eye if that makes you feel more comfortable. So there's all sorts of ways you can deal with it, but I never take it personally. Wyvern says, Leah T Codes, I know you from Twitter. Yeah, they have a great Twitter presence. They do a fantastic job on social media. Yes, Leah says they're trying to use Blue Sky more. Me too, Leah. Let's make a pact to try to use Blue Sky more, because I never remember to use it, and I really should. I need to switch over to Blue Sky. Oh, that's fantastic, Wyvern. Good. Best wishes for the surgery. Yeah, I'm glad you feel better, Wyvern. Yeah, it's in these types of things when somebody has a difference, a physical difference or any kind of a difference that puts you outside of the category of normalcy, I guess. We should be open about it and we should talk about it because people are going to be more accepting when they understand it and they're comfortable with it. And so I'm never offended or I never avoid talking about it if somebody brings it up. Because, it's important for people to see that this is fine and it doesn't bother me and it shouldn't bother you. Oh, thank you, CBG. It's good to have you here. All right, so Leah and Madeline are going to be sticking to Blue Sky over the next month. Yeah, I'm going to try to do. So I still cross post to Twitter because that's where I have the majority of my followers about stream announcements. But I'm going to be primarily on Blue Sky. That's my goal is to be primarily on Blue Sky from now on, posting stream announcements both places. But any other posts I'll do just on Blue Sky. Hey, that's awesome, Tsitsi. Yes. Oh, fantastic, Leah. They say they made a 100 dev starter pack for Blue Sky to try and make it easier for 100 devs members to find each other. Yeah, Leah, shoot me a message on Discord. I don't really know how to use like those lists or whatever on Blue Sky. So if you could just send me a quick set of instructions, that would be great. So I can get in on that too. Hey, Git, welcome. Good to see ya. They're working on React and TypeScript, prepping for a tech interview on Friday. Hot dang, that's awesome. React and TypeScript is a great combination. I hope you get that job. I'm sure you do great on the interview. Alrighty, folks. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started. First things first, I wanted to kind of show you something. I mentioned in my tweet, if you read it, or on Blue Sky or on Discord, that I wanted to show you how I've already applied what we've learned in Python so far to make my day job a little bit easier. As I mentioned, I'm a data engineer in my day job, and that means I work with a lot of data, right? Makes sense. And so this past week, I was actually able to use what little Python knowledge I have at this point to write a really useful script that I'm actually going to use to generate some data for our next code release. So I'm just going to because my goal here to show you this is not to be like, oh, wow, look at me. It's more of to show you, hey, I've only been studying Python for like a total of a few hours, like less than 12 hours. And I've already been able to use what I've learned to write a script that's helping me in my day job. Also, thank you for all the follows, folks. Augustin, Carlos Dev, Danny Brown, AKS, Jenowin, Ant-Man, Sombra, Britaz, Shalindev, Hellhound, Devman Sam. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. And also too, what you'll see in this script as we look at it, this is the script right here on my screen. I'll tell you about what it does and why I wrote it, but you'll notice in here, if you've been following the course so far, that there's some things we haven't covered yet in the course, right? So I went into this this script that I'm trying to build, I went into it knowing that I wouldn't know everything. And so in order to find the things I didn't know, I did a mixture of Googling and using ChatGPT. So in the past, I know I've said, don't use ChatGPT to just generate your code for you. And I didn't use ChatGPT to generate this code. What I did was write as much as I could, make a bunch of mistakes because I didn't know what I was doing, Google it to try to fix those mistakes, and then use ChatGPT to fill in some remaining concepts that I still didn't know. So for example, what's the format for for writing a list in Python, right? We haven't covered that yet. So I asked ChatGPT, okay, I know how to write a list in JavaScript and it's like this. How do I write a list in Python? And ChatGPT had told me, okay, you need to do this instead. And so with that in mind, I still wrote all the code myself, but you can use ChatGPT to help clarify or explain things that you don't understand. So I just want to clarify that when I say I use ChatGPT, it's really important that we don't use ChatGPT to just do our job for us or do our work for us, especially while we're learning a new language, because you don't learn anything if you do it that way. You can use ChatGPT to help clarify things or help you troubleshoot, but you shouldn't. You should be the human, you as the programmer, you should be the one writing the code. ChatGPT should just be a tool in your tool belt to help you. So I always want to clarify that. There's a really loud dog barking outside. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so what is this code for? Well, I was working on something. We actually got a ticket from, I know, right? We actually got a ticket from a customer at work asking us and saying like, hey, it looks like when I pull this report, there's something wrong with the holidays that you have stored in your system. And by holidays, they mean like the organization holidays. So I work for a university and we observe most of the federal holidays that the US government also observes. So universities and governments tend to have similar holidays. However, we also have some additional holidays like extra days at Christmas, an extra day at Thanksgiving, et cetera, et cetera. And they were like, hey, I don't know that this holiday thing is correct. And can you guys take a look at what you're saying are holidays? So we essentially have a big table where we have everything about dates. So we have dates, we have their day of the week, we have their whether or not they're a holiday, we have the day of the year, yeah, so for every single date since 1970, I believe, is when we started tracking history. So every single date since 1970 has all of its characteristics stored in this table. This table is built using ETL logic. So pulling in date data, doing a bunch of logic to calculate the characteristics of each date, and then storing that in the table. That's ETL. But I went to look at the logic for these particular date calculations, like that calculated whether or not they were a holiday. So whether or not, it's a federal holiday. If it's a federal holiday, is it also a university holiday? Sometimes federal holidays and university holidays are going to be different, right? They'll have different values. And it turns out that the logic is being calculated on the fly every single time. So every single time, every night, it was recalculating all the holidays, and it was doing it with a series of about 20 nested if statements. So let that sink in for just a second. It was doing it in our ETL tool, repeating those holiday calculations every single night with a series of about 20 nested if statements to figure out whether or not something was just a university holiday, not even a federal holiday. So what are the problems with that, with doing it that way? Thinking about this in terms of a business case, what are some of the problems with the way that it was currently being done? For folks who are newer to programming, this might be I want to kind of explore this like a business case. Why am I wanting to take a deeper look at this logic and think about how we're doing this and find a better way to do it? What are some problems that we can see? It's resource intensive. Yep. Hey, Daddy Bedro, welcome. Oh, no worries, Leah. My phone went off. I felt my phone in my pocket, but it was no problem. Thank you. Yeah, so resource intensive, right? Doing it this way is resource intensive because if you think about holidays, do holidays really need to be recalculated every night? Do holidays really need to be recalculated over and over again every single night? Yeah, as Mattel said, no, it should be a one-time thing for the year, right? Oh, thank you, Bexy. Good to have you here. Yeah, fresh energy indeed. Love it. Yeah, and CT says that's a lot of if statements, right? So a problem, just with me describing it here, a problem is nested ifs, right? Those are extremely complicated, extremely hard to read. I opened up that logic and I think I literally gasped because I was like, oh my gosh, what the heck is this doing? And the logic was very similar for federal holidays as well. And because the reason I looked at federal holidays in this tool was that I realized that Juneteenth, so Juneteenth in the United States is a fairly new federal holiday, and I mean new in the last few years. Juneteenth is a fairly new federal holiday, and it was not even being marked in our table, in our date table. So I realized, oh crap, I have to add Juneteenth to this crazy logic. And so I had to add yet one more level of nested if statements, which brought it up to, like 21 levels of nested ifs. And I was like, this is a really, I couldn't even tell where it was supposed to be or where I was trying to put it. And yeah, Steel Toad brought up a great point I didn't even think of. They said someone could be making plans on what was a holiday last time they looked, but if somebody changed something, exactly. Yeah. We shouldn't be changing holidays on the fly like this. And so, as somebody said earlier, they actually nailed it. So, Mattel Geek actually said, ouch, time for a lookup table. So, what Mattel means by that is that you calculate all of the holidays ahead of time and you put them in their own table. So, it can essentially just be a table, one table for federal holidays and one table for university holidays, and just have a list of all the dates. And then when you load that larger date table, so the table with all the dates and all their attributes, you can just do a one-time lookup against each of those tables, the university table and the federal holiday table. Just do one-time lookups against those, and you will have a full list of all the matching holidays. So instead of calculating it over and over and over again on the fly, you instead have a static table with the holidays and their names. And then if anything changes, let's say the university makes a policy change where they're like, oh, we're going to take, the Monday, we're going to, not take the Friday after Thanksgiving off anymore. We're going to take the Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving off. Then you can simply update that table and you don't have to change any spaghetti logic in your actual ETL tool. So from a business case perspective, it's going to be worth the time and effort to simplify this logic and make it much cleaner, much easier to read, easier for me to work on it, and easier for other people on the team to understand what's happening and quickly find any problems. If all you're doing is looking at a table and you're like, oh, yeah, that date's wrong, the university changed policy, you can quickly write an update statement, change that, and it'll be right going forward. Yeah. So that's an example of a kind of a business case of where the logic actually works, right? The current logic that I'm talking about with all those nested ifs, it works. It's been working. But as soon as somebody goes in and tries to change it, it becomes incredibly difficult. You're not sure if you're going to do it right. And it's extremely hard to read at first blush. And so it's worth taking the time and effort to change it and make it into a lookup table, as Mattel said. So that was a long way of getting around to the reason for this script. The reason for this script is to essentially generate a list of all future holidays. Now you'll notice the date range here is off, but that's just for testing purposes. to generate a list of all possible future holidays for the university until the year 2100. So the goal with this script is to generate just a static list of all the holidays through the year 2100 using some custom logic and using some built-in Python packages to do so. Once I've done that, I'm going to just drop all those holidays into a table, do a lookup against them, and I will have all the holidays through the year 2100, and we won't have to worry about any spaghetti logic in our ETL tool. Brave says, that's actually cool. Yeah, it is cool. The fewer ifs, the better. I agree, Flask. Bexy says, using guard cases conditions, would it make it more not necessary? Yeah. So in this case, the correct solution is just get rid of the if statements entirely. Get rid of that internal logic entirely. Run this script once, generate a table, put all the fields in the table, and then if anything changes in the future, we'll simply update the table and we won't have to worry about spaghetti logic. Hey, Okta. They say, let's learn Python part 3. Part 3 means third stream of Python. Yes, so this is the third stream of learning Python. You can see the part 1 and 2 on my Twitch channel right here under the videos tab. I'm not doing like 100 days of Python necessarily. We're just using a free course called Python for Everybody. But if there is an event going on right now, that's pretty cool. And Mattel said recalculation should happen for a new year, leap years, in addition to removal of new holidays. Exactly. That's why we're putting it in a table so that recalculations are easy and we can simply run an update statement on the table to move dates around if we need to. Yes, extract, transform, and load is what ETL stands for. Yep. Pedro says, hi all, just arrived and heard spaghetti logic. Yes. What spaghetti logic means is logic that potentially works, right? It's functional logic, but it's extremely hard to read. So if you were to look at it, and this is not the example of spaghetti logic here on stream. This is something I wrote, but the example I was talking about was some logic at work, which I looked at, and it was about 20 nested if statements, which what we would call spaghetti logic because it's very hard to read. Hey, Dropshot, welcome to the stream. Hey, Seven. I assume you're from 100 Devs. Hey, Seven. All right, so what does this script do? And again, this script is just written from, what is it, like 1, 2, 3, 4 lessons of Python. And, Googling anything I didn't know and using ChatGPT to explain concepts that I still didn't understand or didn't quite know how to execute. Yes, and nested if loops are very bad for performance as well. A simple lookup against the SQL table is going to be a lot faster. Hey, Umthim, good to see you. So the first thing we're doing here is we are importing holidays. So holidays is actually a built-in Python package. And again, this is part of the thing I Googled because I didn't know that this existed, but I think it's really cool. It's basically just every single holiday ever. Its name, its date, and information about it, and even the days when it's observed. So by that, I mean, if a holiday falls on a weekend, it's going to be observed by businesses on a weekday, right? It's going to be observed on Monday or Friday. And so it contains not only the holidays themselves, but also the days they're observed, which is important for what I'm trying to do, because the university is going to, let's say Christmas falls on a Sunday, it's going to celebrate it on a Monday. And that's important. Tsitsi says, by table, do you mean objects? I'm talking about SQL tables. They are physically tables. Think like giant Excel spreadsheets, except they're stored in a database. So by that, I mean SQL. I'm talking about SQL tables there. Flash says, that's pretty crazy to recalculate holiday dates every day. Make that dev buy lunch for the whole team. Well, he retired, so he's not worried about it anymore. That's why I'm fixing it. I didn't build it, but I'm fixing it. Yeah. So we can read straight from this holidays library, and we can also use another library and to be able to do math against dates. So for example, if I know that there's going to be an extra day after Thanksgiving every year that's going to be considered a university holiday, then I want to say, all right, take Thanksgiving plus 1 day and mark that as a holiday as well. And so I can use this datetime package with this time delta set of, I'm going to say methods because that's the language I'm familiar with, set of functions, I guess, for working with dates. And then from there, I can simply call holidays.us, so US holidays, and then specify a specific year range. So I'm going to be, the purpose of this project is to calculate from like the year now from 2024 out through 2100. But for testing purposes, I've been comparing against existing holidays that we already know, right? So I want to look back against the past and make sure that my results match what's already there. But the first thing I need to do is, if I'm calculating university holidays, I need to figure out, I need to be able to exclude specific holidays from the output, because the university doesn't celebrate every single holiday. There are many more federal holidays in the United States than what the university actually celebrates, or I shouldn't say celebrates, but observes. So, for example, the university doesn't observe the following holidays: Washington's birthday, Juneteenth, Columbus Day, and Veterans Day. Those are not days off for the university. So I need to exclude those from our list. And so what I did is I essentially put them in a list, or what we would call in JavaScript more of, I guess this is more of like what we'd call an array in JavaScript. But it's just a static list of these holidays so that I can check my output against these lists and drop any of the ones, filter out any of the ones that are in here. And so what we're doing then is we're doing just that. I'm going to create essentially an object. It's a set. Okay, thank you, Utkar. I'm not familiar with all the terminology yet, but thank you for that. Yes, it's a set. Perfect. So now I'm going to create a new, now I believe this is going to be called a dictionary. This is going to be called a dictionary because it's going to have key value pairs. And so in JavaScript, we would know this as an object. An object has key value pairs. And the structure of it is going to be essentially the date and then the name. So the date of the holiday as the key, and then the name of the holiday as the value. So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm creating a new dictionary, and it's going to have the date of the holiday as the unique key, and the name of the holiday as the value. Now, question for you. Why wouldn't I reverse this? Why did I do it this way? Why didn't I have the name as the key and the date as the value? Why did I put the date as the key and the name as the value? No, and even if you just know JavaScript, you can answer this question. Why didn't I have the name as the key and the date as the value? Why wouldn't that work? If you're familiar with objects in any language, you should be able to answer this. Yeah, Utkar says keys should be unique. Yeah, and Flask says so you can look up by date. Exactly. Yes, and Mattel says dates can be more unique than names. Right. And particularly thinking about the business case here, we're talking about holidays, right? Federal holidays. Yeah. And we're also going to want to be looking up by dates. So a few reasons for that. In the terms of federal holidays, it's going to be unique. My output here is going to be unique in terms of a single unique date value for each holiday. However, if you think about the names, there's going to be a Christmas Day every single year. And so it's not going to be unique. So I can't use the name as the key. I have to use the date. And also, if we think about what I'm looking up against exactly, I'm going to be looking up against the date and trying to get the name. Yeah. So it depends. It's because of a variety of reasons. But these are the types of things we think about when we're building our structures in our scripts, right? Yeah. All right. So this structure for And essentially what we're doing here is we're saying, all right, I've got this list of US holidays, and I want to get the items that are in that list, and I want to put them into my refined holidays dictionary, or my refined holidays object. I want to put them in this object if the name is not in my set of excluded holidays and the weekday is not in 5 or 6. So this is new. We haven't talked about this yet, but and date.weekday is not in 5 or 6. Oops, hang on. Scroll down accidentally. So what we're doing here is I want to exclude holidays that are on the weekend, because the university doesn't care about weekend holidays. I only want to see things that are on the weekdays. Now, why did I say 5 and 6 here? Because if you're thinking, okay, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Friday's the 5th day in the week, and Saturday's the 6th day in the week. But I want to do Saturday, Sunday. So why did I say 5 and 6 here? Again, if you're only familiar with JavaScript, you should also be able to answer this question. Zero indexing, exactly. Yeah. So if I have an array or a list or a set of values, and I want to reference the first value in that array, that list, that set, I'm going to be hitting index 0, right? We start at 0 index. So in the case of Python, the 0 index is going to be on a Monday. And so in this case, Saturday and Sunday are going to be at indexes 5 and 6. So what I'm doing here, creating a list. If the name's not on my list of excluded holidays and it's not a Saturday or Sunday, then it can go into essentially the start of my output set. But as I mentioned before, oh, and also too, this is not entirely necessary, but I essentially then created a new, this is kind of a little bit redundant, but I was doing a lot of refactoring on the fly here. But I created a new dictionary called Business Week Holidays, and I put all the things from my refined holidays list into that one, essentially just looping through, and it's the same output from both, but I'll refine that out eventually. But what we're doing here, you can kind of see how we reference a specific item in a dictionary or in an object, right? It's exactly the same as you would do in JavaScript. So if you're familiar with referencing objects in JavaScript, you'll see a similarity here. We can use this array notation to say, hey, for each date and name in my dictionary here, I want to add a new item to my new dictionary where the key is date. At that particular index, the key is date and the value is name. Now, we're going to loop through each holiday again, and I need to calculate some additional holidays. So, again, the university celebrates the holiday or the day directly after Thanksgiving each year as a holiday, because Thanksgiving always falls on a Thursday in the United States. And so we always just take the following Friday off. So the day after is a Friday, we're going to take it off because nobody's going to show up to work anyway. So I need to also add that as a holiday as well. So for date and name in my holiday list, if the name of the holiday is Thanksgiving, so for every single Thanksgiving for every year, I'm going to calculate a new date for Thanksgiving break. I'm going to take the current date value and I'm going to add 1 day to it. So time delta is this package we imported earlier. Time delta. I can add 1 day. So I literally just do plus date plus 1 day. And I create a new item called Thanksgiving break and add it to my output dictionary. And then I need to do the same thing for Christmas break. So the university always takes an extra day at Christmas as well. However, Christmas doesn't always fall on the same day, does it? It generally every year is going to fall on a different day of the week. It's always on the 25th, but because calendars are stupid, it's probably going to be a different day of the week every single year, because why can't, because dates are never going to be easy in programming no matter what, and that's just how the world works. So if Christmas Day, exactly, Augustine, you know what I'm talking about. If Christmas Day falls on, and I didn't finish this comment, if Christmas Day falls on a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, wait, no, that's not a Friday. Sorry. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, sorry. Monday, Wednesday, or Thursday, we're going to do the day after Christmas. So I can, add one day to it. Now here we're using, remember the if-else logic that we learned last week? Here I got to use it. So if the name is Christmas Day, then we go into this nested if here and we say, all right, if it's Christmas Day, and it's on a Monday, a Wednesday, or a Thursday, we're going to take the day after Christmas off. Otherwise, if the name is Christmas Day and it's on a Tuesday or a Friday, if it's on a Tuesday or Friday, we're going to take the day before Christmas off. So we subtract one day. And then whatever the result of that is, we add it to our little output list. However, if the name is Christmas Day observed, that means that Christmas fell on a weekend, which we've already excluded from our output. So if Christmas fell on a weekend, that means we're observing it on like a Monday or a Friday, but we might need to take a different day off depending on the business logic. So the actual Christmas fell on a Saturday or Sunday. We're observing it on a Monday or a Friday. And so if the observed date is Monday, then we're going to take the Friday prior to Christmas off. So we're going to subtract 3 days. It'll be on a Friday. Otherwise, if we're observing Christmas on a Friday, means it was actually on a Saturday, then we're just going to take that extra day on the Thursday before. So just subtract 1 day. And then whatever the result of that is, we add it to our final output. And then we print that output, holiday date and holiday name. We print our final object, business week holidays, with all of our dates in it, the actual federal holidays, the observed days, and the extra holidays we've just calculated here. We print everything, but we sort it by date. So when it comes out, it looks like it's all one data set. We don't know what was calculated and what wasn't. And then we just print everything. And my next step here, once I finish validating the logic, is to essentially, do the calculation for the future. So put it for 2024 through 2100, calculate all those holidays, and have the Python script actually generate these insert statements for SQL. So I'm going to have it just say, generate the correct syntax to insert those records into a SQL table, copy and paste them, insert them into the table, and I'm done. So Python, doing this in Python, even though it had some stuff I didn't know, I ran into errors. I had to Google stuff and have ChatGPT help me out on some things. Doing it this way was so much faster than trying to do it in Excel, or trying to scrape it from somewhere, from a web page somewhere, or, any of the ways I might have done it in the past, or, trying to do that spaghetti logic in SQL and calculate everything in that way. Doing it in Python was extremely intuitive and easy. And this is after me doing 3, just these lessons here with you all. I was able to do this and save myself a lot of time. And here, I'll just run it really quickly just to kind of show you how it looks. See, am I going to get bash here? Do that on a new terminal. So a lot of people ask me, when they're learning, I think one of the most common questions I get is, there we go. There's the list. All the holidays. including the extra calculated holidays. So Thanksgiving break, Christmas break, calculated based on the logic that we specify. And so I'm not exaggerating when I say this is going to save me hours of work that I might have otherwise had to do in something like Excel or in, whatever janky way I figured out how to do it. Yeah. Now, and the reason I kind of just wanted to talk about this is one of the most common questions that I get, especially when people are learning web development, is they're like, when I've been doing tutorials, I've been doing exercises, I've been doing code wars, I've been doing LeetCode. When can but I don't feel ready, right? I don't feel ready to build things. I don't feel ready to build a site for a client. I don't feel ready to build things on my own. I've been doing tutorials for months. And my answer to that question is always, you are ready right now, and you've been ready this whole time. So the answer to your question of when should I start is now. It doesn't matter how long you've been coding. It doesn't matter if you just know HTML. It doesn't matter if you only know 3 lessons of basic Python. You can build something right now that's useful or that could even make you money, right? My personal website is pretty much just static HTML. So anybody can build anything at any time. You're always ready. And the answer to when should I get started is now, no matter how much or how little you know. Okay, cool. And yeah, I can just run this for the future real quick too, just to show you can do future years, but I'll just do it up to 2050. There's no need to get crazy with it. Yeah. Yeah, and so here we can see it can generate holidays for the future as well, all the way up through 2050. Sufia says, but how can we make app dev with just the basics of Python? Well, you can't necessarily do that, but I'm talking more in the general sense of building something, right? It doesn't have to be an app. To build if you want to build a full stack app, the reality is you're going to have some basic knowledge of, true full stack tools. But just to build anything, some people say, oh, I've only ever done tutorials. Like I've only ever done exercises, or I've only ever done LeetCodes. I've never actually built anything. And, my answer to that is always, you can always build something. You can always build a static website if you just know HTML. You can build this dinky little script that actually saves me a lot of time. I can build this with just a few lessons of Python under my belt. And so there's no barrier to when you're allowed to start building things. What's important is that you're always building things. Doesn't really matter what it is. Build something for yourself while you're learning all the time. And that will never serve you wrong if you are actively building while you are learning. So Sophia, if your goal is to build full stack applications, then keep building towards that goal. You can start with a static site because you don't have the skills yet. But you can start with a static site and imagine how you would want that site to look if it was full stack. And then once you learn, JavaScript or Python or whatever you're going to use to connect to web services and build your APIs, then you can add features as you go and as you learn more. Mattel says, no 2038 bug. Yeah, exactly. We're running 64-bit here, baby. Yep. No, yep. Not with 64-bit processors, exactly. Yeah, for those who don't know what they're talking about, in 2038, for 32-bit systems, there's potentially going to be some kind of a, similar to like the Y2K bug, there's going to be an issue with like date rollover in 32-bit systems and, Linux and Unix, I think, right? Base systems, there's going to be an issue. So I just read about it, but I don't remember the details. But yeah, 64-bit processors don't have that problem, fortunately. But yeah, as Motown says, it's easy to get lost in the sauce while you're learning and to only just ever do what the lesson says to do. But what you should be doing is doing what the lesson says to do and then doing something that you want to do on the side. So that's what I did here, and it worked really well. All right, at long last, let's go ahead and get started with our function lesson here. let's get started with our function lesson here. And as always, we're going to be following the text of the lesson. But if you prefer to watch videos and follow along with PowerPoint slides, you can do that on your own. There's videos here explaining the concepts of the lesson. We're going to follow along with the text. Yeah, there's bugs everywhere, I know. Bugs all the way down. So we're going to do a quick introduction to this lesson, and then we'll take a break after a little bit. And all right, so let's talk about functions. Now, if you're familiar with most other languages, you probably already have a concept of what a function is. And that'll be helpful here. So, but really a function is just a named sequence of statements, right? A named sequence of statements that performs a specific computation. And the nice thing about functions is that they're reusable. So I can call a function multiple times in a row, and I know that the logic under the hood is going to be repeatable. It's going to repeat the same logic under the hood, and I can pass different values into that function if I want to and get a different output, but the logic to get there is going to be the same every single time. So we can call our functions by name, and I used function calls in this script here, using some built-in functions that I imported. I was able to call those functions and do things like add a date, add a day to a date, right? I use the time delta function to say, all right, add one day to this date, or add multiple days to this date. And each time I called it, I knew what it was going to do because it was a function. So a function takes an argument and returns a result. We can pass in arguments to a function, and then we know we're going to get something out of it. Now, as we just mentioned, Python has multiple built-in functions. We don't need to define them ourselves. They are built into the Python language, or we can, install them and import them into our scripts. So JavaScript has something similar, like with max and min, right? If I say max to, let's say, in JavaScript, if I said like max, of a list of numbers, it would give me the biggest number in that list, right? And here the example that they give for max and min in Python is, again, the largest and smallest values in a list. So for max hello world, the result we get is W. And for min hello world, the result we get is space. So why does using max work on hello world? Max gives us the largest and smallest values in a list. So why does it work correctly on hello world, which is a string? A little bit of thinking about sort of what's going on under the hood here. Why doesn't this give an error if I try to pass in, a string to the max function here? Yeah, as Big Dog says, welcome to the stream, by the way, Big Dog. ASCII character values. But even thinking in terms of, even thinking in terms of just bigger picture than that, in general, and the same goes for JavaScript, it's going to treat these letters not like words, but like a list of values. So same thing happens in JavaScript, right? You can use array methods very similarly on strings that you use on arrays in JavaScript. So they're fairly interchangeable because it's not seeing these as words. It's seeing them as individual values in a list. So the W here is the maximum because its value is the highest. In this case, it's farthest along in the alphabet, so its value is the highest. And min here, the smallest value is the space because its value is the lowest out of each of these individual values. I think the thing that trips people up most often when they're looking at, how programming and how things like, ChatGPT deal with language and strings and words is that oftentimes they don't treat them, I think never really, they're never going to treat them as words in a language like we would see them, like we would read them. It's going to treat them as either individual letters like this is doing, or in terms of like ChatGPT or an LLM, it's going to treat them as individual like tokens, like parts of words. So, you know, computers don't read language the way we do, and we should just keep that in mind. Largest character in the string. Yeah, and it could be an index value too. As Tsitsi says, could be just the index value in the alphabet. I don't know for sure. That would be something that I will need to Google. Somebody else can Google it if you want to. But yeah, it's either going to be ASCII or it's just going to be like the index of the letter in the alphabet. We also have the length function, which tells us how many items are in its argument. So if the argument to length is a string, it's going to return the number of characters in the string. Length, depending on what language you're using, it's either going to be len or the full word length. But this is an extremely useful function to know in any language, particularly in SQL, where you need to define the length of every single field you put in a table. Oh my goodness, do we have a raid? Hi, Inza, welcome. Good to have you here. We'll keep an eye out for that raid. Oh my goodness, Madeline's raiding with a party of 105. Holy cannoli. Hi, Coder Girlfriend. Good to see you. You all came in at just the perfect time. Hi, folks. Welcome, Madeline. Also, shout out to Madeline Patience. I'm going to give them a shout out as well. Shout out. Madeline. Oh, can't spell. Madeline Patience. Hopefully I spelled that right. We'll see. Hey, I did it. All right, give them a follow. They're another fellow stream team member. They are also super positive vibes. So if you like several people have stopped in my stream today just to say they like my vibes. If you like my vibes, you'll like Madeline's vibes and you'll like Leah's vibes as well. Hey, Madeline, you were cooking something again today, weren't you? I think I saw that in your announcement. What were you cooking today? Madeline's always multitasking on stream. Like they're like coding and cooking at the same time. Like they're always doing like multiple things at once. And like for me, that's impossible because I would forget that thing and then it would not turn out well. Making the bread. Yeah, exactly. Making that bread. Yes. In the literal and the metaphorical sense. All right, well, y'all came in at exactly the right time. We were actually spent like about the first hour just kind of answering general questions, and then I was going through a Python script that I wrote for work to show how, you don't need to be like a Python expert or an expert in any language to actually start building things with it. So I was giving a real life example of some logic that I built for work that's going to save me several hours of doing stuff in Excel using Python. So yeah. The bread failed today? Oh no, well, you can't win them all. Oh boy, better luck next time. But yeah, we actually just started on the material, so we're only this far down the page, so feel free to jump in if anybody else would like to learn Python along with us. If you're already familiar with another language like JavaScript, you'll see a lot of similarities here. And hey, you can always learn just enough to be dangerous, and that can look really great in a job interview or on a resume. Absolutely, Leah. Oh yeah, make croutons. I love croutons. Yeah, make croutons with that bread. Feed it to the birds. Yeah. Croutons are like my guilty pleasure food. I will just straight up eat a bag of croutons. Like, just out the bag. Like, not kidding. Full bag of croutons down the hatch. Yeah, it's exactly sharp bread, bag of toast, 100%. When I was little, when I was like, when I was 3, 4, 5, 6 onward, I used to. My parents would buy croutons for their intended use for salad, and I would take the bag of croutons. I would take it under like the kitchen table, and I would just eat the whole thing, like because I thought they couldn't find me under the table, and I would just house that bag of croutons. All right. Well, yeah, we were just talking about functions. So, again, if you're familiar with JavaScript, you're going to be probably familiar with the concepts of functions and what they do. Oh yeah, I used to eat uncooked oatmeal too, like straight out the can. Absolutely. Raw oats. Gotta love it. I don't know what's I don't know what's wrong with me, but it's delicious. Um, but yeah, you should be familiar with the concept of functions if you are familiar with most other languages. Most other languages have the concept of functions. And so we're just looking at a couple of built-in functions here. I mean, there's ones that you're already familiar with from JavaScript: min, max, length. I love the length function. No matter what language I'm using, even in Excel, the length function is my best friend. Um, this is now a food texture ASMR stream, it seems. Yeah. No, I love that. Yeah, like yeah, raw oats, raw croutons, delicious. Um, and so yeah, knowing what these built-in functions are can be super helpful in any language, whatever language you're using. And yeah, the functions are not limited to looking at strings. And in fact, in terms of min and max, you're probably most often going to be using them for things that are not strings, right? You're most likely going to be using them for numbers, or other things. They can work on any set of values, as we'll see in later chapters. And you should treat the names of built-in functions as reserved words. So we talked about reserved words last time, where you shouldn't be making your variable names confusing by making them too esoteric or making them too similar to things that already have other meanings in the language that you're using, right? So don't use A, B, and C for your variable names, and don't use words like max and min, even though you technically could. Just because you could doesn't mean you should, right? Don't live dangerously in that way. Make your code readable. We also have type conversions, which we've already been doing a little bit. Now, if you're familiar with JavaScript, this might be a new concept for you, especially if you've only ever used JavaScript before. In JavaScript, we have the concept of types, right? We know if I said the word string, you would know what that is. If I said a Boolean, you would know what that is. But it doesn't really matter in JavaScript. JavaScript is very loosey-goosey, right? It's very Wild West when it comes to types. However, that's very unusual. Most other languages care a lot about types, including Python. And including SQL. SQL is extremely type strict. So that's why kind of TypeScript was invented, to bring JavaScript in line a little bit better with most other languages in the world, and make it, a little bit safer in terms of, keeping code more strict and helping folks write cleaner code. So yeah, exactly. As Bedro said, there's an entire coding language to fix what JavaScript messed up with types. Yeah, and that's TypeScript. So because Python cares about types, we can do type conversions. So we can move a value from one type to another. So in this case, we can convert a string of 32 to an integer, actual 32. Where have we seen this used already? So if you've been following along with the series so far, where have we used this before? We use these conversions. We might not have known, what they were called, but we used these conversions last week. When did we use them? Also, thank you for the follows, folks. Thank you, Ope. Thank you, Evil. Thank you, Jjo. Sentu, Marco, Ernie White. Hello, I'm Dan. Invader Zim, Deportsif, LGA, Dropshot. Thank you so much for the follows. When did where have we used these conversions before? Does anybody remember? Yeah, as Motown said, with inputs, right? If we're taking a user input, so we ask the user, please enter a number. And that's kind of the example that we used last week. The user had to enter a number for like a rate of pay for an employee. So they had to enter the pay rate. And what they entered was a number technically, but since it was a user input, it's going to be read as a string. And so in order for us to do calculations on it, we needed to convert it. And so depending on what it should be, you might convert that string to an integer, which is a whole number, or you might convert that string to a float, which is a decimal. And so if you're entering a rate of pay, it's likely going to be a decimal. And so we would convert that input to a float. But that's what it's doing here. We're using a built-in function to do that type conversion. So if it's possible to do that conversion, it's going to do it, just like it did here. However, if we try to convert something that, obviously isn't a number into a number, you'll get a type error like this. Now, what happens if we try to convert a float, which has, more decimals, into an integer? Will it round up or will it round down? Well, as we can see here, it's going to round down. It's just going to chop off the decimal. And so that's something to be very aware of. We would need to do explicit rounding first prior to doing that conversion if we wanted to, not lose, if we wanted to do, get it closer to the actual nearest integer. So if we do this conversion, it's just going to chop off the decimals, which if you're not careful could lead to some very incorrect math. And, float, we already talked about float. It does decimal conversions. And if we take an integer value and can convert it to a float, it'll simply add a decimal to it. Thank you for the follows, Big Shadow and Babaloof. Good to have you here. And then finally, obviously, string type conversion is going to, convert something into a string. And as we can see here, strings are a lot more flexible in terms of, if it physically can become a string, it's going to turn it into a string. Dan says, if PHP can call their join method implode, we can call our truncate function chop off. Yeah. And we also have some additional functions that we can access via the math module. However, we first have to import it, kind of like we did in my script here, kind of like we did for holidays, like so. We had to then import math to get access to some additional functions. It's kind of like in JavaScript. Think about in JavaScript how if we're building let's say an Express server, right? We're building with Node, we're building with Express, and pretty much for every single, server you're going to build it with Express. It's pretty much second nature. You wouldn't not use Express to build your server, but we still have to install it every time, right? It's not built in, but it is very compatible. And so same what we're doing here. It's not necessarily a built-in function, but it's easily imported and we know exactly what it's going to do. Chubby Puppy says, but it also converts an integer into a float if it is divided even without the decimal or remainder, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I love it when people ask these questions because we can quickly do an example just to make sure. So I'll just start Python here. And we got our, remember this is the interpreter, so we can write code directly like into our terminal this way. So let's do the example that they shared. So we'll do 6 divided by 3. Yeah, and when we do that, it's going to essentially give us a float. So even though we entered these, as implied integers, right, as implied whole numbers, when we do division on them, it's going to result in a float. Yeah. Because potentially this divisor, the result of this division could be a fraction, right? Depending on the output. And so I would imagine that's why it just automatically converts it to a float. Because it's, probably more likely than not, it's going to be a fraction. Obelisk, thank you for the follow. Okay. So we can import math to do some more advanced stuff. And if we can see that it's a built-in module. And it contains the functions and the variables that are already predefined in the module. So just like a package that you might install with Node. To access the functions, you have to specify the name of the module and the name of the function separated by a dot. So we do this in JavaScript as well, right? Exactly the same thing. We can specify a function and a method inside of that function. And we did it in my script here too, without even really knowing what it was called. So we could say, let's see, where's that example? Oh, you can't see that. It's behind the thing. Hang on. I'll find another example. Well, here, yeah, date.weekday, right? Date.weekday. Function module. Who uses dots, am I right? Yeah. So here's an example of that where we are going into the module and the function separated by a dot. And this is called dot notation, which again, if you already know JavaScript, you should be familiar with this. So in this case, they're calculating the log 10 value, the logarithmic value, using, which is obviously more advanced math. Not everybody's using logarithms every day. But we can still access it as long as we've imported the math module first. And we can do things like pi, right? The value of pi, value of, cosine, sine, tangent, all those things. Basically trigonometric functions, things I haven't had to do since high school, honestly. Things I've never had to do in my professional life, but I know that there are, very many very skilled people who use this kind of thing every day. And so this could be a very useful library depending on how you choose to apply Python. D-Rocks, yeah, that was my general expression in high school and college when I was taking algebra and calculus and advanced math. Chubby Puppy says, so is module another word for formula, or is it more like a small app? I would call it almost like a package or like a whole bundle of useful functions. So when you import math, you're not just importing one thing, you're importing a bunch of useful functions that you can then, call from that big old bundle. So it's like a whole package, like a whole bunch of stuff all at once. Now, you could maybe consider the functions in that module to be formulas, although often they're going to have more than one, they're going to contain more than one mathematical operation, right? Maybe a series of operations could be called in that function. So I would say even functions are often larger than one formula. A function could contain multiple formulas or multiple steps to get that answer. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done any trigonometry in JavaScript either. I've only ever done like basic math, stuff that's built in. Evil says, oddly, I had issues with algebra in high school, but sailed through calc and trig in college. That's awesome. Congratulations. I did not. Did not go well. So again, that's why I'm glad I became a developer and the computer can do the math for me. Okay, we can also do things like generating random numbers. Now, random numbers can be very useful. They can be useful for randomizing outputs. If you want something to pick from a random item in a list, you can generate a random, select a random number. They're useful for games, useful for, obscuring information or, so random numbers and they're also useful for testing a lot of the time too. If you just want to generate some random data to test with in another system, you can use randomizing to do that. Most computer programs generate the same outputs every time, so they're said to be deterministic, right? That's the whole point of functions. You do a function and it's gonna, go down the same logical path every time. If you give it a different input, you might get a different output, but in general, you're gonna know what it's doing because it's gonna follow the same steps each time. And again, determinism is usually a good thing since we expect the same calculation to yield the same result. However, sometimes we want things to be unpredictable. And, like we mentioned, games are an obvious example. But making a program truly non-deterministic turns out to be not so easy, right? Because computers are built around, linearity, right? They're built around determinism. They're built around going from step A to step B to step C the way they were programmed to do it every single time. One of the ways you can make something seem non-deterministic is to use algorithms that generate pseudo-random numbers. And pseudo-random numbers are not truly random because, again, they're still generated by a function that's deterministic. But if you're just a human looking at the numbers, they're going to seem random. They might not be truly random, and that's something we've actually talked about before on stream here. When we make use of the random method in JavaScript, we've talked about how there's issues with that. How random is it really, right? Oh, you love Python. That's awesome, Pi. Glad you're here. But yeah, welcome to the stream. But yeah, we talked about in JavaScript before how just calling the random method may not actually be random. And we actually wrote in one stream, I forget which one, we actually wrote a shuffler function that was intended to be more random and generate better random numbers than just the built-in, randomizer. But anyway, yeah, that's kind of just reinforcing this here. So you should be very careful. Know that yes, the appearance of randomness does not always equal true randomness. And just like in JavaScript, you can choose what is the range of random numbers that you want to generate. So just like in JavaScript, by default, it's going to generate between 0.0 and 1.0. But you can increase or decrease that range by essentially giving it a gradient to go from. So like a low value and a high value. But first off, just using the default version, you can import random and then do a loop to say, all right, for I in this range, so for an I in a list of 10, generate a random number for each index. So generate essentially 10 random numbers. So just like in JavaScript, it's going to do a for loop until I hits 10. And then it's, at each step in the loop, it's going to generate a new random number. So we can quickly run that. Let's just do in the interpreter. So this is also good practice for you if you're following along. Remembering how we can do for loops in Python, just like we can do in JavaScript. But remember, the white space is important. Oops, I didn't copy the right thing. We'll just type this out. For I in range 10. Remember, the colon is going to cause the interpreter to change to a series of 3 dots. This shows that we're inside the for loop. So then I have to hit tab to show that I want this to be inside the loop. I'm going to say x equals random dot random. And then I want to print each value of x in the loop. And then I leave one blank space at the end to show that I'm exiting the loop. Oh, I didn't import it. Hang on. Oh, jeepers. There we go. Let me do it again. All right, there we go. And there, and go. Okay. Ta-da. Pi says you're so fast. I wouldn't say so. I mean, I've already been coding, so I have experience working in the command line in the terminal. But I'm not. I am learning Python for the first time here. But I do have experience in other languages, which probably makes me a little bit faster. So if I'm ever going too fast, you guys can feel free to tell me to go over something again or slow down. Again, this is, interactive. We're learning together. So if I'm going too fast, feel free to tell me to slow down. Bedro says, did you already cover that range 10 just returns as an array from 0 to 9? We haven't actually covered that yet officially. So I didn't That's why I'm not really touching on it too much yet. That's actually in a later lesson. But yeah, we will get there, I promise. Right now, we're in that experimental phase where we don't necessarily know why something is the way it is, but we know that it works. And then later on, we're going to learn why it works. Generators, yield. Yeah. Pi says, why do so many people say to use R over Python? People are always going to tell you what language you should be using. You should always just use whatever language works for you and meets your needs. So whatever problem you're trying to solve, you should use the best language to solve that problem, or maybe the language you already know that is possible, that is capable of solving that problem. So never listen to people on Twitter. It's never going to go well. Never listen to Twitter in general. Just use the right tool for the job, or maybe the tool that you have access to, and that'll get the job done. We'll get there, Dan, I promise. Okay, so we can generate random numbers. We can also generate random integers. So for example, think about in what we have to do in JavaScript, right? In JavaScript, we can do random numbers, but we have to like multiply it by the level that we want, right? So if I want to do 1 through 10, I have to take the random value and then multiply it by whatever to get to the level that I want. However, it looks like in Python, we can generate, random integers and explicitly return integers between, X and Y, which is nice. So random.randint will, between the range of 5 and 10, will give you a random number between 5 and 10, or a random integer between 5 and 10. And each time we run it, it's going to generate a random result. Or we can choose an element from a sequence at random. So if we have let's say that we had a list of the usernames of everybody in chat, right? Currently I'm at 122 viewers. So a list of 122 names. I could use random choice to pick a value from that list at random. So, I mean, heck, that could come in useful for drawings and stuff like that. I've done that occasionally on stream. So yeah, we could do it in Python if we wanted. Dan says, I wish JavaScript had this convenient random choice function. Yeah, Python is already kind of coming in clutch with the built-in functions and methods and things. I'm really taking a shine to it so far. As a data professional, I can really see why everybody uses it. Dan, just write the helper functions yourself. Nah, I'm never going to do that. Yeah, and so you can use all sorts of advanced stuff that I don't remember how it works. Gaussian, gamma, all those things that are way beyond my pay grade and are the home of data scientists. I've never been a data scientist, but I admire them greatly, but I will never be a data scientist. I build the structures that give the data scientists their data. So I'm happy to facilitate their work. So we can use built-in functions like we have been, right? But we can also write our own, just like Dan was saying. We could write helper functions if we wanted, just like you can in JavaScript. We can write functions to do whatever we need to do. When you define a function, that's called a function definition. And it contains not only the name of the function, but also the sequence of statements. Now, what else can a function definition contain? Think about it in terms of JavaScript. You don't have to know Python to make a suggestion here. So it can specify the name of a function, the sequence of statements that the function would execute. What else might it contain? What else might a function definition contain? I'm skipping ahead here a little bit only because I know that chat is smart enough to have an educated guess here. Yeah, exactly. Ernie and Motown, you're absolutely on the right track. Yeah. So when we define a function, we're also going to, if we want to pass data into that function, when we define the function, we would set up the parameters, right? And then when that function when we call that function for real, we would pass things in as arguments. Exactly. So you're both right, just in different ways. But yeah, when we define a function, we might also, if we were planning to have it consume data, we would also need to say, all right, these are the items that I want to pass into that function, and here's the order that they go in, and here's how many items I want to pass into it. So that way, when I call it, I can pass that information in. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Now, we're not quite there yet, but we will get there. Here's an example, though, of a custom function that doesn't have any parameters, but still accomplishes a task. So how do we define a function? Well, it's actually pretty similar to how you would do it in JavaScript. So here we're saying, all right, just def, D-E-F, for define. So define the function. It's going to be called print lyrics. It's not going to take in any arguments. And then just like with a for loop or an if statement, we start the body of that function using a colon and then indenting the following lines. So we can use tabs to create white space to say, hey, I am inside the function definition right now. Yeah. Now this function, all it's going to do is print the lyrics from the classic Monty Python song, the Lumberjack song. It's a pretty good song if you're not familiar with it. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I sleep all night and I work all day. And it just repeats in the song. So def is the define keyword. The name of the function is print lyrics. And the rules for function names are the same as variable names. Letters, numbers, and punctuation marks are legal, but the first character can't be a number. You can't use a keyword as the name of the function, and you should avoid having a variable and a function with the same name. So just be smart about your naming. And Shahid, welcome to the stream. They say, I always get confused between parameters and arguments. How to remember them? That's a great question. I like that question. So they are similar. As Mattel said, they're kind of like two sides of the same coin. When you define a function, and you essentially make spaces for the data you're going to be passing in, you're just basically saying, hey, I want to pass in, let's say I want to pass in a date value and a name into my function because I'm going to be doing some calculations in there. Or let's say you're calculating the salary of an employee. When you define the function, you're going to say, I'm going to be passing in the pay rate and the number of hours worked. So you would put in two parameters called pay and hours when you define the function. Those are the parameters. Now, when you call your salary function, or let's just call it salary function. When you call your salary function and you say, all right, this person has a pay rate of $15 an hour and they worked 45 hours. Those are the arguments. And as D-Rock said, you can remember it by saying, all right, if I call my parents, I might want to argue with them. So when I call a function, I'm going to pass in arguments. When I define my function, I simply set the parameters. When I call it, I pass in arguments. Okay? Chubby Puppy says, I'm a bit confused now because I thought those were both variables. Are you talking about parameters and arguments? Yeah, they kind of work like variables, but they are basically, so parameters are basically like placeholders. They aren't assigned to anything until you call the function and you pass in arguments. Yeah, so when you define a function, the parameters are kind of just like placeholders, saying, all right, when I actually call this, the arguments are going to go in, they're going to be in this order, and then in the function logic, they're going to go here, here, here. The data I pass in is going to go here, 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 here. It'll be a bit easier when we get a little bit farther down this chapter and we have some functions with parameters to look at. So we'll go over it again then. But yeah, they behave like variables, but since they have a special function in the function, they have a special, I should say this, they have a special purpose in the function. They're a little bit different than standard variables. However, in practice, they do behave like variables. But if we say the word parameter, I know that it has a very specific purpose. It is the thing that's being passed into the function and, can be used in the function logic. So it's kind of like a subclass of variable. Okay, so we define a function using the keyword def. We give it a name, we use a colon, and then the body of the function is defined using, tabs and white space. And then to exit the function, we can simply, just like with a for loop or an if statement or whatever, we can just use an extra space at the end to exit. And that is the body of our function. The first line of the function is called the header, and the rest is called the body. The header has to end with a colon, and the body has to be indented. By convention, the indentation is always 4 spaces. I use tabs. You can use whatever you want, but you're going to see me using tabs. I always just use 1 tab, which is equal to 4 spaces. So I don't, I know there's a big, hullabaloo in general programming about tabs versus spaces. I use tabs. You're going to see me using that. You can use whatever you want. The body can contain any number of statements. Hey, Cypher. Good to have you here. Glad you agree. If you type a function definition in interactive mode, the interpreter prints ellipses. And we saw that earlier, right? We saw that right here. Just like with our if statements last week, with our for loops earlier, the 3 dots or ellipses in the 3 dots or ellipses in the interpreter shows that we're inside the body of our function. To end the function, you have to enter an empty line. Defining a function creates a variable with the same name. We can see that if I call this print lyrics function and try to get it, well, essentially, if I get its type, it's going to have a class of function. Dan says, when you say use tabs, are you just hitting tab or are you actually inserting tabs into the file? I'm just hitting tab. Tabs for the win. Yeah, I like them too. But hey, some people like spaces and that's fine. So the syntax for calling our function is the same as calling built-in functions. So just like with JavaScript, when you define a function, you can call it just with the name of the function and then parentheses. So it's exactly the same as JavaScript. And once you've defined a function, you can even use it inside of other functions. Again, just like JavaScript. So we could define another function called repeat lyrics and then call print lyrics twice. And then when we call repeat lyrics, like they've done here, it's going to do exactly what it says on the tin, which is call print lyrics 2 times. So if we pull together the code fragments from the previous section, the whole program is going to look like this. We define our inner function first, print lyrics, tell it what to do, and then we define a new function that calls print lyrics twice. And then when we call repeat lyrics, it's going to call print lyrics twice. Again, pretty remedial if you already know JavaScript, but it is important to, it's important to go over this stuff and make sure we understand exactly what we're looking at here. As you might expect, you have to create a function before you can execute it. And the function definition has to be executed before the first time it is called. So that's an important distinction here. We have to do things in order, right? We have to make sure that our function is defined before we can call it. So in terms of looking top to bottom, we have to make sure we're structuring our script so that our function is defined before we call it. So if we try to move like this function call right here, if we try to move it up top, I'll just tell you now, it's not going to work. All right, so in order to ensure that a function is defined before its first use, you have to know the order in which statements are executed, which is called the flow of execution. And execution always flows top down. So the first statement in the program, one at a time, from top to bottom. Function definitions don't change the flow of execution, but statements inside the function are not executed until the function is called. So keep that in mind. You can define a function, but it's not going to be executed until we actually call it. Similar to JavaScript, right? You can define a bunch of functions and not call them until way later on in your program. And those statements won't execute until we actually call them. So a function call, again, just like JavaScript, it's like a little detour in our execution flow. Instead of going to the next statement, the flow jumps to the function body, does all the statements in there, and then comes back to pick up where it left off. However, since we can have function calls be nested, we can have one function call another, and so you can kind of end up skipping around a little bit. So Python is good at keeping track of where it is. So each time a function completes, the program picks up where it left off. When it gets to the end of the program, it terminates. So when you read a program, you don't always want to read from top to bottom. And sometimes it makes more sense if you follow the flow of execution. Now, let's talk about parameters and arguments, shall we? I know there's been some discussion in chat about that, and I totally understand. It can be a little bit difficult to conceptualize and remember. So let's talk about it. Some of the built-in functions we've seen require arguments. So like if I were to call math.sine, math.tangent, we have to pass something in to that function call, right? And you can have functions that take more than one argument. Math.power takes two, the number our base number, and then the exponent that we want to do the power of. Inside the function, the arguments are assigned to variables called parameters. So like I mentioned before, parameters are variables. They're just a special type of variable. Kind of like an orange is a fruit, right? An orange is a type of fruit. It's just a subtype. So here's an example of a user-defined function that takes an argument, and then that argument is assigned to this parameter, a special type of variable called Bruce. So we could pass in any value as an argument to this function, which then gets assigned to this particular parameter. So, for example, we could use any type of an expression as an argument for this function print twice. So we can say, I want to pass in the word spam 4 times, and it's going to do that. It's going to print the value of spam 4 times twice. Our argument is evaluated before the function is called. So in the example where we're passing in an expression as an argument and assigning it to the parameter variable, these expressions are evaluated first, and then the overall function logic is executed. Or we could even use a variable as an argument, which then gets assigned to the parameter variable in the function and executes. Exactly. Yes, chubby puppy. Orange is to parameters as variable is to fruit. Yeah, I would think that's kind of the comparison I was going for there. So when I say the word parameter, by using that vocabulary word, I know that it's a special type of variable that's used as the sort of placeholder within a function to dictate where and how the argument that we pass in is used inside of that function. So for example, in this case right here, the parameter kind of acts like a placeholder, right? The parameter kind of acts like a placeholder. It says, whatever I pass in here, it's not truly the word Bruce, but any value or any argument that I pass in here should be used here and here. So it acts like a placeholder. It says, all right, arguments go here and here. And then it really doesn't matter what I pass in as an argument. The parameter just shows where that argument goes within the function logic. I hope that helps a little bit. So the name of the variable we pass in as an argument has nothing to do with the name of the parameter. Again, it doesn't matter what the parameter is called. The parameter is just acting as a placeholder variable and telling our function where we want that argument to go within the function logic. It doesn't matter what the value is called back home. Here in Print Twice, we call everybody Bruce. So some of the functions we're using, such as math functions, yield results, which could be called fruitful functions. Other functions like print twice, perform an action, but don't return a value, those are called void functions. So when you call a function that returns something, you probably want to do something with the result. So if we're calling a math function, we probably want to do something with whatever we get back. In this case, the value of x. So you might assign it to a variable or use it as part of an expression. When you call a function in interactive mode, Python just displays the result. But in a script, if you call a fruitful function and do not store the result in a variable, the value vanishes because we aren't assigning it to anything. So if I call it in the interpreter, Python just prints it by default. But if I use it in a script, I need to put it into a variable and then do something with it. Now, void functions might display something on the screen or have another effect, but they don't have a return value. If you try to assign the result to a variable, you can get a special value called none. So similarly to, you can think of it like in JavaScript. Think of a function. I've made this mistake in Code Wars quite a bit. You're testing your function, you're defining your function, and you do a console log. You're doing some math and you're like, I don't know if this is going to give me the right thing. I'm going to do a console log and see what I get. But what happens if I take that function that does all the math and then console logs? What if I take that function and I try to put it into as my Code Wars answer? What's going to happen? It's logging to console, but what's going to happen if I try to submit it as my Code Wars answer? I think we've all done this. What's going to happen if I have a JavaScript function and I'm doing a bunch of math and then I just use a console log? And that's the only thing I do 5 plus 5. You know, I say that my function says console, the body of my function is console log 5 plus 5. Motown says it'll fail the test. Yeah, it won't work because console log doesn't count as a return value. It doesn't return anything. You're not getting anything out of it. All you're doing is logging in a console. That's not the same as a return. So that's what he's saying here. It's a void function. In this case, the print twice function that we defined earlier. It can print something to the console, but we can't assign that result to a variable because it doesn't actually return anything. It just logs it. So we can call print twice and see a result in the terminal, in the interpreter, but if we try to assign it to a variable and then print that, we get nothing. Yeah, and a lot of other languages, JavaScript doesn't have the concept of the void type because JavaScript doesn't do types anyway. But if you've used TypeScript, then you might be more familiar with the void type. So the value none is not the same as the string none. It's a special value that has its own type, class none type. Just like in JavaScript, if we actually want our function to return something, to give us a value that we can assign to a variable and use in logic, then we need to use a return statement. So if we make a function called add2 here, where we add two numbers together, if we just print that result from our function, so if I said, let's actually do it. I'll do this. I'll show you the difference here. So new function dev called add2. It takes in two parameters, a and b. And I'm just going to say, all right, added. Oh, I forgot to tab. Gosh dang it, white space. Added equals a plus b. And then I just want to print added. Okay. So we'll call add2 here, and we'll do 2 plus 3. So I'm going to pass in two arguments here. We can see that it immediately prints 5, but let's say that I don't want to just print 5. I want to use it in more logic. I want to add more, I want to call, take the output of this and do more math against it. So if I say, all right, cool, this function works, I want to say, all right, total equals add2, and then I'm just going to call my addition function. That was really convenient, right? All right. And it's printed again, perfect. That seems to be working. I want to print the value of total because there should be something in there now. Up. Womp womp. I can't print the value of total because there's nothing in it. Because our function here doesn't return anything. Okay? If we want to actually give it a value, instead, I want to return that value. Now, I could print it too. I could do both. But I want to return it. So now I can say, all right, the value of total is going to be, actually I should be able to get, oh, no, never mind. We'll say return added. Okay, I finished function definition there, total. And then I'm going to call add2 again. And now I can print the value of total. There we go. Right? Ella says, what? Yeah. So that's something to keep in mind, right? It's like console log versus return in JavaScript. There's a difference. Big return, welcome to the stream. Shahid says, do we have implicit return in Python like JavaScript? I'm not sure. Let's figure it out. See if we, because, I don't know. And, somebody else can answer that question if they want. But for now, it's not something that we've covered so far. Oh, Strain says, if your function has a single expression, you can use a keyword called lambda to do something similar to arrow functions. Okay. Otherwise, no. Okay. Thank you for that, Strain. Hey, return player. They say, I know programming, but this is fun. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, I know programming too. You know, I do SQL for my day job and I teach web development here normally, but learning Python has been really fun so far. I like it. So when this script executes here, we're adding two values together. We passed in the values of 3, and they passed in the values of 3 and 5 as arguments, which were then assigned to these parameters and put into our logic. It did the sum, and then it actually returned the value so that it could be assigned to this variable here. So why do we use functions? Well, we can name a group of statements and make them more readable, easy to understand. Basically, you can sort of encapsulate your logic in a function. You can reduce repetition, right? Keep it simple by just defining functions and using them over and over again. You can debug more easily by figuring out which function is screwing up. And you can reuse your functions across scripts and programs too. Often we'll use a function definition to explain a concept. Part of the skill of creating and using functions is to have a function properly capture an idea, such as finding the smallest value in a list of values. Later, we'll show you code that finds the smallest in a list of values and present it to you as a function named min. They've actually already covered that, so we've already seen the min function earlier, but you get the idea. Okay. If you're using a text editor to write your scripts, you might run into problems with spaces and tabs like we talked about before. Now, they recommend the best way to use these problems is to use spaces exclusively, no tabs. I'm just reading what it says. Most text editors that know about Python do this by default, but some don't. And I think, as Dan mentioned earlier, editors like VS Code and terminals and stuff will take a tab and automatically convert it into spaces for you. It just depends on what you're writing your code in. Try to find an editor that manages indentation for you. VS Code is pretty good about this. But again, I would recommend, as you're learning, try to avoid extra crutches, things that are doing the formatting for you. Try to do the formatting yourself so that you remember when you need it and why you need it. So I would suggest not using too many extensions and auto formatting tools and that kind of thing while you're still learning. That's just my, take on it. You can do whatever you want. Save your programs before you run it. All of us have made that mistake. Use, just like with JavaScript, use console logs to figure out what's going wrong and where it's going wrong. So a lot of these concepts, kind of like we were talking about last week, a lot of the concepts, once you learn one programming language, you can apply those concepts to other languages as well. You could say the exact same thing, other than the white space stuff, you could say pretty much all of this stuff about any JavaScript program. Right? You can, other than the white space stuff, pretty much exact same instructions for debugging JavaScript. So once you've learned one language, you'll find that learning other languages is much easier because the same concepts apply. We've got a little glossary of terms here. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to do these exercises. So the nice thing about this course is it's got a series of exercises at the end of each chapter, and it's got even like an auto-graded exercise so we can make sure that we're doing things properly, and a little quiz. So we're going to do all these things. And if you are taking a course, like a self-paced course where you're not getting a grade, like nobody's grading me on this, right? Doesn't matter. Even if nobody's giving you a grade, you should always do the exercises because that will test your comprehension. It will test whether you just thought you understood something, but you really don't. Whether you misunderstood something or whether you just need to practice something a little bit more. So always do the exercises, always do the homework, always do the quizzes. I know it, my high school self and my even my college self would have been a very much opposed to that concept, but unfortunately, I didn't really learn how to learn until I was well beyond college. So here we are. We've learned how to learn, and by golly, we're going to do it. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, let's do some exercises. Alrighty, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. As always, make sure you're staying hydrated. I know I wasn't really staying as hydrated as I should have been during the first part of the stream, and definitely have a little bit of a headache now. So I have got a nice glass of water, and I'm working on it. But yeah, come on back whenever you're ready. As always, pet your cats, pet your dogs, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Madeline. They say, mine, I bought you some croutons if you'd like. I always like croutons. Croutons are the best. If you just joined us recently, earlier, Madeline rated us, and they made croutons, and several of us were talking about how, like, when I was little, I would just eat croutons right out the bag. Like, I would just eat an entire bag of croutons, and I still eat an entire bag of croutons today, just raw, just like chips out of the bag. So good. No regrets. Aylis, said we should have clicked the hydrate button. Nah, you're good. I gotta manage. I'm a big kid. I gotta manage my own hydration. Blood says that music sounds like it's not quite alive or being played on a cassette deck running low on power. Yeah, I think it's actually like lo-fi, like it's like a genre, like lo-fi beats. Yeah. Coder, you came back at exactly the right time because we were literally talking about the exact same thing, which is croutons. We just got done with a break. Yes, croutons are delicious. Now I'm kind of jealous, Madeline. I wish I'd made my own croutons. No regrets, indeed. Never regrets. All right, let's do a quiz. Pop quiz, even though you knew it was coming. Okay. Now, I haven't, as you can tell, there's no score up here. I haven't taken this quiz before. So we're going to take the quiz together. We're going to agree on the best answer. And then if we missed anything, we will, essentially, we can't retake the quiz for 10 minutes. So we can, review what we missed, and then we can retake the quiz, and we can get 100% next time. All right. Which Python keyword indicates the start of a function definition? A, help, B, break, C, sweet, or D, death? Michelle says they're making stuffed bell peppers. So many people are cooking while they watch my stream. I love it. Yeah, we're seeing deaf girl. Yeah. Ernie says deaf. Okay. Yes, deaf. Yeah, that's an educated guess there, Aylis. They say deaf for definition. I would agree with that. In Python, how do you indicate the end of the block of code that makes up the function? A, you add the matching curly brace that was used to start the function. B, you put a pound character or a hashtag or an octothorpe or whatever you call it. You put one of those characters at the end of the last line of the function. C, you de-indent a line of code to the same indent level as the def keyword. Or D, you put the end keyword in column 7 of the line, which is to be the last line of the function. So A, B, C, or D. So folks are saying C, de-indent. Big Return said E. That's a guess, but unfortunately it's not a choice on this particular question. Now, if we were only familiar with JavaScript, we might say A, right? Because JavaScript uses curly braces in function definitions, which I think is the superior way of doing it, but that's just me. And other languages use curly braces as well, like C# does. However, Python doesn't do that. Python uses, as we've seen, white space for to indicate, like, function body, right? Or if you're inside of a loop, or if you're inside of an object that can contain multiple lines of logic, right? You're working in the interpreter or you're working in a script, you need to indicate the body of that function or the body of that loop using indents. So I'm going to say I believe that C is the correct answer. I would imagine maybe in an older language like COBOL, you might use an end keyword. I don't know COBOL, so I'm just guessing here, but that seems reasonable. However, I think for Python, we're going to use option C. Pi says, I use Fortran too. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, a lot of those legacy languages are still very much in use today in some of the most important sectors of our economy. Banks, we talked about this a little bit last week. Yeah, banks, transit. I just read something recently about I can't remember the city, but a subway system that is working on like a 10-year project to get off of floppy disks. I just read an article on it again. I'd heard about it before, and then I read another article on it again just this past week. It's like it's going to take them until like 2030 to get off floppy disks. BART, yes, the BART system. Yep. Yeah, 5.25 inch floppies. Yep. All right. In Python, what is the input feature best described as? So is it a conditional statement, B, a built-in function, C, a user-defined function, or D, the central processing unit? Is it a conditional statement, a built-in function, a user-defined function, or a CPU? Okay, we got folks saying B, a built-in function. Any other guesses? Also, too, and if you have a dissenting opinion, or if you have another guess, there's nothing wrong with throwing it out there and seeing what you get. B for built-in. Okay. Yeah, and I would agree with that. I believe it's a built-in function. Now, I thought maybe somebody might guess C for user-defined function just because of what input does, right? Input takes user input. However, what it actually is a function that's built in, because we didn't have to define this ourselves, right? We didn't have to say, and here's how you get input from the user in the interpreter. We can just call this and say, hey, take some user input. So we didn't have to define it ourselves, so it's a built-in function. I think you're doing fine, Pi. Mattel says, flight systems use a lot of legacy languages. Pedro says, did I hear COBOL? Well, I said Fortran, but COBOL is right up there too. Yeah. My first job was related to programming in COBOL. No, I don't remember almost anything. I work with I work with multiple people who started out writing Fortran and COBOL. My coworkers today started out on mainframe systems. At least two of my coworkers, some of the others have retired, but two of my coworkers started out writing. I think they originally did COBOL. Can't remember. I was trying to think if it was Fortran or COBOL, but I think they started out doing COBOL on mainframe systems. So before like standalone computers were a thing, they were writing for mainframes. Yeah. All right. What does the following code print out? So we have a function definition. The function is called thing, and it prints hello. So if I call my function, so actually, wait, hang on. So we're defining a function here. It's called thing, and the body of the function tells it to print hello. Now, if I call print and pass in the word there, what's going to happen? Is it going to A, print def thing, B, print the word there, C, print thing and then hello there, or D, print hello? This one's a little bit more tricky. We've got folks saying B. Why did you say B? Oh, Augustine says D. Let's try it. Let's see why. Yeah, Moton says because we don't call the function. Yeah, and I would agree with that. I think this will be a little easier if we put it in the interpreter. You'll be able to see what's happening. So, def thing, we've defined our function. Notice that thing also doesn't take any arguments, right? We aren't defining it with a parameter, so it can't take any arguments. If we were to call the function thing, all it could ever do is print hello because we can't pass anything into it. So keep that in mind, because all it can do is print hello. Okay? But what we're actually doing, and note the white space here, right? This is not indented, so we're outside of the function body. If I just print there, that's what it's going to do. So, correct, I believe that the answer to this is going to be just there. This one's a bit tricky. You got to be close. Again, the white space is going to get you if you're not careful. Augustin says, oh, it's a trap. Yep, it's a trap. Hey, DevKeys, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Thank you for the follow. Okay. In the following Python code, which of the following is an argument to a function? So, x equals banana, y equals max of x, and then we print y. This one is tricky. Shakespeare, thank you for the follow. Also, Word, RK, Shaven Baboon, Shahid, Vicious Bits, Pixel Watch, Pie, Say Thirsty. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. So which is the argument? All right, so first x is banana, and then we take the maximum of x and assign it to y. So we're calling a function here, and then we are printing the value of y. So is the answer that both x and y are arguments? B, that the value of print is an argument? C, that max is an argument? Or D, that banana is an argument? So let's go through this one as, you're welcome to make a guess now if you want. But I think we can narrow down just a little bit, can't we? A-List says A and D. Motown says X and Y. Blood Mirror says D. Yeah, I think that the two potential answers are probably A and D, right? We can rule out B and C because print and max are actually functions themselves. They aren't arguments. They are actually functions themselves. So it's going to be either A or D. Now, I think here they're leaning a little bit on the difference in definition between parameter and argument. And as we kind of discussed at length earlier, the argument is actually the value that gets passed in when the function is called. You can use a variable as an argument, but the actual thing that's getting passed in, I believe, is banana. So banana gets assigned to x. Y becomes the max value of x, and then we print the value of y. Yeah, I do think it's banana because that's the actual, like, the actual content that's being passed in. But I could see an argument for both ones, and I might be wrong here. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the mindset that they're going for here is, but I am going to say D. Yeah. Oh, you want to see? Okay, let's run it. Let's see. All right. So x is equal banana. Y equals max of x. Print y. All right. So yeah, it's going to be n. It's going to be n is the answer. And the reason is because we saw an example of this earlier. So in max, it's either looking, and I don't know for sure, it's either looking at the ASCII value of the letters, or it's just taking all the letters in the alphabet as like an index. So like A is 0, B is 1, C is 2, etc. And so the letter that's farthest along in the alphabet here is N. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see if we're right. Honestly, I feel like this one could go either way. So I'm not going to be mad if I'm wrong on this one because it's a tricky question. All right, let's go to the next one, and then we'll see when we, score this if we got it wrong or not. If we agree with the way that the question writer phrased the question. So what will the following Python code print out? We've defined a function, and it takes in a parameter of x, and it just prints the value of x. So if we call that function twice for the value of 10 and value of 20, what will we get? Will we get A, the letter X, and then value 20? B, X10, X20? C, 10 and then 20? Or D, funk? What will we get if we call our function twice? Gromit, welcome to the stream. Yangi, welcome to the stream. Yangi, I'll get to your question in just a second. Okay, we've got folks saying C. Bredez, I think you were trying to say C there probably. 10 and 20. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that this is going to print the value of 10 and then the value of 20 because we're not doing any math here. It's just doing a print. So I would agree. Yengi says, what does the max function do? Well, what the max function does is it essentially gets the max value in a list. So if you had a list of numbers like 1, 2, 3, it would return 3 as the result. That's the maximum value. There's a corresponding minimum function as well, or a min function that gets you the minimum value or the smallest value. So max as in maximum as in largest. Now, it works for strings as well, right? Because in general, code doesn't treat this like a word. It treats it like a list of letters. And so in this case, N is the maximum letter in this list. Now there's 2 N's, and so it doesn't really matter which one. They're both the same. And so whether that's going by the ASCII value or the index value in the alphabet, either way, N is the farthest along, and so that's the max. So I hope that helps, Yangi. You can, if I'm always happy to explain things again, or if you're still not getting it, that's totally fine. Again, then there's no such thing as a stupid question or a silly question either. So if anybody in chat is worried about, oh, I have a silly question, or oh, I have a stupid question, that's not true. There's no such thing as those types of questions. They don't exist. Which line of the following Python program will never execute? So here we're defining a function called stuff. It does a print of the word hello, and then it has the word return, and then it prints the word world. And then we call our function stuff. So what will it print? Will it print A, def stuff, B, return, C, print hello? Oh, sorry, which line of the program will never execute? So of all the lines, def stuff, print hello, return, or print world. So which one won't execute? Yeah, folks are saying A, B, C, D. What did it say? So A is def stuff, B is return, C is print hello, D is stuff, or E, this time there is an E, E is print world. Yeah, I'm thinking it will only ever print hello, meaning it will never print world. Why? Why do I think that? Why will I think that it will never print world? Now keep in mind, which line of the following Python program will never execute? So not what will never print, but what will never execute. Big Return Player says A, because it's a definition. You don't execute that. Actually, this will execute. When we call stuff, when we call the function down here, it's going to say, okay, I'm looking for a function named stuff. I need to figure out what it does. It's going to go up here and it's going to say, oh, here we defined a function called stuff. I'm going to execute the body of this and see what it's supposed to do. So this will execute, and this will execute because it's just in the function body. There's no typos. But what are we doing here? Here we are returning, and the keyword return means that we exit the function, right? So when Python encounters this line, it's going to immediately go, boop, I'm done. It doesn't matter what's after this. Pow. It's going to immediately execute the function. It's never going to even try to read this. Return means we're done. Goodbye. Leave the function. So I'm going to say print world is never going to execute. Although this one is definitely tricky, certainly. Because remember that, execution is different from actually like printing something, right? Execution just means that it's being read and, being read and something is done with it. Next question, what will the following Python print out? We're defining a function called greet, and it takes a parameter called lang. So if lang equals es, so I'm guessing Spanish, so lang here means like language. So if language is equal to es, return hola. Else if language is equal to fr for French, return bonjour. Else return hello. So now we're going to print the value of calling greet, passing in fr as our argument, and then the name Michael. So essentially we're calling the function we just defined, and we're passing in fr as our argument. So what will happen when this function is called? A, it's going to print hola, bonjour, hello, Michael. B, bonjour, Michael. C, def, hola, bonjour, hello, Michael. Or D, hola, Michael. What do we think? So I'm seeing some B's here. Bonjour, Michael. Bandit, welcome to the stream. Hello. Yeah, I'm seeing B's here. Okay, I would agree with that because we're passing in fr as our argument, right? And so it's going to go into this if statement here, and it's going to say, nope, that's not true. I'm going to skip that. It's going to go into the else statement here and say, oh, yeah, fr is equal to fr. I'm going to return bonjour. Now, here again, we're making use of the return keyword. So once we return, it's going to exit the function. So we're going to print the result of this function, or the return value, and then the word Michael. So I'm going to say yes. B here is the correct answer. Or the best answer, I should say. Sagama says, hi, don't mean to interrupt, but you also have a lot of tutorials for React.js, correct? Yes, I do. Yeah, I have a whole series on my YouTube channel where we go through the React docs from start to finish, really. Well, start up to the really advanced stuff. So we go through to the point where you can build full stack apps with React. I think we stopped at like defining your own custom webhooks or whatever. But more than enough to build your own React applications. So yes, that's on my YouTube channel. It's like a 7-part series. Bonjour, mon ami. Indeed. Britta says, does it make sense to write return without something else after it? What is returning? In this case, in the case of the function here, in the case of this function here, it's not returning anything. But there may be times when you want to kind of strategically use a return keyword just to get out of a function, right? To maybe halt a loop. to make sure that you don't end up in an endless loop type situation. If you hit a certain logic point, you might just want to exit the function, even if you don't have anything to return. So there could be times when you use a return keyword without actually returning anything. Although normally if you are using return keyword, you're probably going to be returning something, but there are times when you might not want to or need to. Big Return says, does goto exist in Python? I don't think so, but feel free to correct me. We've got some Python experts in chat, so that's why I love chat so much, because we got folks who are just who have specialties in all sorts of different languages or all sorts of different skills. And so if I don't know something, I can always be like, chat, what do you think? And somebody will know. All right, last question. What is the most important benefit of writing your own functions? A, you can avoid writing the same non-trivial code more than once in your program. B, to avoid having more than 10 lines of sequential code without an indent or de-indent. C, following the rule that no function can have more than 10 statements in it. Or D, following the rule that whenever a program is more than 10 lines, you must use a function. So what do we think? What's the most important benefit of writing your own functions? Yeah, I'm thinking A as well for this one. Just, functions are nice. It doesn't really matter how long or short a function is. It's more about the utility of the function and how it fits into your program. So there's nothing that says you have to use functions. They're really stuck on 10. Hey, it's a base 10 system, But for example, in the script that I showed you all earlier, I didn't declare any functions in here. I just wrote a straight up script. I didn't make a single user defined function in this entire script. I used built-in functions, sure, but also this script is way longer than 10 lines. So there's no limitations on that. But really functions are just useful mostly for making something reusable, encapsulated, easy to diagnose. Yeah. Bananas. Some folks are reading ahead a little bit. Apparently we might have gotten the banana question wrong, but hey, we're going to stick with our convictions. Some folks some folks might have worked ahead a little bit, but honestly with that one, I could see it go either way. So like I said, not going to be mad if we get it wrong. I could die on that hill either way. No, it's all good, Motown. You're fine. Let's do it. Yeah. All right, so looks like they wanted something different for the banana question. Probably, I think we chose D. They probably wanted A. All right, so let's look at this in terms of, now that we know the right answer, let's figure out why they said that. And I think I can justify why they said it. I'm not saying that I, 100% agree, but bananas away. Okay, so let's figure out why they said it was X and Y. So in the chapter, they agreed that variables, they specified that variables could be arguments to a function. So what are functions in this question? Well, max is a function, and so is print. These are both functions here. Now, banana could be a correct answer, but after we pass banana through our max function here, it's actually just n now, right? The word banana is gone. It's now just n, and it's living in y. So banana could be called an argument, but I think the true count of arguments is actually both x and y, because we're passing them into functions here. So we could say banana. I don't think banana is wrong. I think banana is an argument, but X and Y are too, and X already contains banana. So yeah, I can see why they said this. Again, I don't think we were wrong here. I just think this answer is more right. And, unfortunately, as, especially in like exams at the college level, you get a lot of questions like that, right? It's more of like, okay, potentially multiple right answers. Which answer is more right? And I think that this answer is more right. Yeah. Britta says, I'll never eat a banana before. Nah, it's all good. We can come back in a few minutes and update this question. and then we can get 100%. But no, I'm good with this. I could see, it definitely throws a banana on my understanding of the fruit analogy. Yeah. I just think I do think it's valid. Their answer I think is valid just because this is a function. A variable can be an argument, and this is also a function, and this variable is also an argument. So, yeah. Kenjo says, I would get so mad if I were being scored on silly things like that. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I remember a lot of questions like these from being in college where it's like it's really trying to test not only your memorization, but also your interpretation and comprehension, right? So it's not necessarily that we misunderstood the concepts that were being taught. It's more of our interpretation was a little bit different. And so some of it is just, okay, let's recalibrate our interpretation here. Okay, welcome to the stream, by the way, Kanjo. Good to have you here. 767, thank you for the follow. Yangi5, Josh Parker, Yanking Glyph. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. It's good to have you here. But yes, banana is still an argument. It is. Like I say, I don't think this we originally chose this answer, and I think this answer is not wrong. But this answer is more right. So it's like, what's the best answer, right? We can only pick one. So this answer is not wrong, but this one is better based on, their logic here. So, yep. Yeah, and you're going to encounter this kind of thing in interviews too. So it's important to not let it it's important to not, let it get you too rattled or let it, make you feel some kind of way. Because you're going to get asked, in interviews especially, you're going to get asked ambiguous questions or questions that might not have a right answer, or that are going to have multiple potential answers. And a lot of the times it's more about, okay, I might not have picked the best answer, but what was my reasoning? What was my logic? How did we get there? So yeah, I'm not too shook up about it. Oftentimes in life, there's no right answer, right? But how you get there or how you show your work is often the most important part. As Strain said, so long as you can justify your answer, it's probably all right if you're wrong. And you can always go with the, well, let's check. Indeed. Yep. All right, so we've finished the module on functions. Actually, no, we need to do the exercise here. Let's do the auto grader. A&D, Bob. Yeah. So this is a continuation of an exercise we did last time. So fortunately for you all, I still have that exercise. Pass that banana into my digestive function and return potassium. Yeah, I actually, I should try again, but I actually really can't eat bananas because they give me like stomach cramps. I don't know if I'm allergic to them or what, but like, I like bananas. They have a nice taste, but I can't eat them because I get ill if I do. So I don't know what my major malfunction is there, but I've never heard of anybody else that has that problem. But it's like, not like my mouth doesn't tingle or anything. I just get like stomach pain. I do take the skin off. I do peel them. I eat them properly, like you're supposed to. Oh, your wife too? Yeah, okay. Glad it's not just me. Sagama says, are you going to do any database stuff or pandas? We absolutely will. That's later on in the course. So if we go to the lessons, yeah, we get into like networking, web services, data visualization, and databases. We'll get to that later on. Do not worry. Okay, so this is a continuation of the exercise we've already done before. Essentially, just as a reminder, it prompts the user for hours to compute gross pay. And what they're wanting is that we turn that script that we already wrote, that we just turn it into a function, and then we call that function. Britta says, can I find this live and maybe part 1 and 2 somewhere? Absolutely. On Twitch, where you are right now, click on the videos tab on my channel and you'll see the recordings of part 1 and 2. You can even watch this one recorded right now. Like, we're live right now, but you can already go watch the recording on the videos tab on my channel. It's being saved live on my channel on the videos tab. Yeah, and as Strain mentioned, you know, those types of questions and slightly ambiguous questions may seem like unfair or tricky, but again, it's more about the justification. How do you get to the answer that you obtained? It's less about, okay, what is the right answer? How did you get there? What was your logic? How did you think through the process? Yep, no right answer. All thought process. It tells you something about how you approach problems. Don't get hung up on getting it right when there may not be a right. Exactly. And that's actually something that I've been on interview panels before. And as part of the technical part of that interview, we presented the candidates with a SQL statement that would not execute. Like, if you tried to put it into a PL SQL, you know, editor, and you tried to execute it, it wouldn't work. And we tell the candidates that we're not tricking them. We say, you know, hey, this isn't going to work. If you run this, it's not going to work. But we still want you to walk through this statement and tell us what it's doing. Just tell us, you know, it's not going to run, but tell us what it's attempting to do. And so that's the point of the question, you know, isn't to fix the statement. It's to, all right, show us how you communicate. So Kendra says a lot of these things won't involve another human at all. And that's true, right? That is true. And sometimes questions aren't going to be fair, but you should, when you're in front of another human, you should know how to articulate why you got to the point that you did. And even when you're taking those automated quizzes and stuff that, you know, which suck, by the way, I wish companies didn't do that. But if a question is unclear, you still can't let it rattle you, right? You still got to be like, well, take that L and, you know, move on to the next question. Okay, let's do this one. And by the time we're done with this one, we can go back and get 100% on the quiz. So I think the logic on this is the same as the logic we already did. So fortunately, I still have that logic. And actually, we could get it from our from the previous lesson. So I'm just going to grab this. I think it was it 3.1? Yeah, so here's the logic we had previously. I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to put it in here, and then we just need to turn it into a function, essentially. Whoops, hang on. There. So they want us to put it into a function called, hey, Far Collector, welcome to the stream. They say year 2000, programming. 2020, watching a guy programming. 2030, watching a guy watching another guy programming. Hey, ain't that the truth? I love that. Yep. Eventually, we're just going to be, you know, watching a computer-generated image of people watching a stream of somebody programming. And, you know, that's where we'll end up. There's actually a science fiction story about that, but let's finish this problem first, and then I'll go on a tangent. Okay, so they want us to put it into a function called compute pay, and then it's going to call compute pay, and then print that value. The void of the tangent calls. Yeah. Okay. And so compute pay, so I think the rate is the same as in the pay sheet. Okay, so I think that we're going for the same answer here as we did in the previous chapter. So I'm literally just going to paste what we did in the previous one, and then we can, you know, make it look nice. Oh, crap, that looks terrible. Hang on. I have it in VS Code. And actually, I already have it defined as a function here. So, but I'm just going to, I'll copy the body, and then we'll see. Print. Is it, okay, yeah, overtime logic, hours above 40 hours. Okay, great. Actually, I'm just going to I want to do it this way because this is confusing me. So I want to do, going to do it like this. Actually, I forgot I already did this one in VS Code. So we're defining a function called compute pay. It's taking in we're defining it with 2 parameters, right? And so it's going to take in 2 arguments. We're going to take in the number of hours worked and the rate. And if the amount of hours is greater than 40, we're going to calculate overtime, which is the amount of hours greater than 40 times, and that's going off the screen. There we go. Times time and a half. So this is the overtime amount. And then the overall pay is 40 hours worked times the rate plus the overtime value. Otherwise, if they worked 40 hours or less, we don't have to calculate overtime. And so pay is just hours times rate. And then finally, we just want to print pay and then whatever the value of pay was. But notice what we're doing here. We have to do several conversions because if we take in a value from the user using the input function, it's going to essentially come in as a string, right? But these are actually numbers, so we need to convert them to floats. And then when we print them, we need to convert them back to strings first. Otherwise, what's going to happen if I don't convert this back to a string? Question for chat. If I don't convert this numeric value of pay back to a string, and I try to print it by saying pay plus the value, what's going to happen? Umtham says it won't concat. Motown says syntax error. Yes, yeah, exactly. You all are right. Yep. If I don't turn this back into a string first and I try to use the plus sign to concatenate them, it's going to treat it like a number. It's going to say like, oh, hey, I can't add pay to a number. That's not math. I can't do that. It won't recognize that I'm trying to concatenate. Now, I could get around this by using a comma instead, but I think this is good practice for conversion. So I can get around the having to convert this back to a string if I just used a comma here, but it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. All right, and now I think we need inputs too. So I don't have an input here. We're actually calling it. So let me see what they originally had me do here. Inner hours. So they just have an input for the hours. Okay. So let's do this. Hours is equal to input enter hours. Assign that to P. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this out. And I'm going to return the value of pay instead. So instead of just printing it straight from the function, I'm going to return the value of pay. Because I need my function to return something in order to assign it to a variable, right? So take that in. And, okay, if else, great. End up with a value of pay. We return it. We assign it to a variable based on these inputs. And then we print that final value. Okay. Oh, fantastic. Hi, Matthias. Welcome. Good to have you here. Yes, Motown says, can't you always just do print, comma, pay? You absolutely could. But, like they just did here, right? Like they just did here. However, I just wanted to, explore why we have to do why we can't just use the plus sign, why we have to convert it back to a string. But to get around that, you can use a comma instead. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so this should potentially work. Now they want to pass in 45 hours, 45 hours and a rate of 1050 per hour. So hours is going to be assigned by this variable here. And then the rate is going to be rate is going to be 1050 per hour. So we're going to hard code that. They didn't say it needed to be an input. Okay, hours, we're already doing that conversion here, so that should be fine. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. I haven't done this question before, so I don't know if it's going to work, but let's see. So we should get an input, and when we get that input, we'll say 45 hours. Hey, look at that. First try. It says, but I got the right answer. It says you must prompt for the data, but I did. So I don't know what it wants there. Maybe it wants input. I bet it wants input for the pay as well. Yeah, I bet it wants. Thank you, thank you, Matthias and Alice Rudine first try. Yeah, I think it wants prompt for the pay, but it didn't say that. So, okay, we'll do that. Line. All right, input. We'll do pay and pay. Enter pay, and we'll try it again. All right. So 45 as hours. Pay is 1050. Yay! It liked that one. So yeah, we got the right answer the first time, but again, not quite what it was asking for, and that's okay, because we got it right on the second try. Now, there's probably, better ways to do this math. So I would encourage you to do these exercises, try them yourself, find your own way to build this code. Especially if you're following along in the course, it's really helpful if you've done the exercises yourself, especially the coding exercises, because each of the exercises in subsequent chapters will build on each other. So if you've done it once, you can just add, little tweaks to your existing work. So you won't have to do it from scratch every time. Matthias says, is try except just like a fancy if else? Actually, Matthias, it's more equivalent to a try catch. So if and else exists in Python just like they do in JavaScript, but try except is equivalent to try catch. So it's more of the reason we have this here, the try except, is because what if, well, here, I'll show you. We'll do this. What if I, instead of hours, I enter okay, well, let's say I enter 45 hours, which is fine, but I enter pay, just the word pay here. What happens? Well, it's going to default to my exception that tells the user, please enter a number. Right? If I didn't do that, we would just get an error, which looks nasty and, isn't really indicative to the user what's gone wrong. So try except allows your script to fail gracefully, just like try catch does in JavaScript. Clipsplice, welcome to the stream. Hello. They say, is it true if your code works, don't touch it? And my answer to that is sometimes. So there can be times when that is very true. Let's say that, you're working on a team, you're working with a company, you have some code that wasn't exactly elegant, maybe didn't follow best practices, but it works and it's really crucial to the project that you're working on. And the project has a lot more important priorities. You got to fix a bunch of bugs. You're trying to meet a deadline, and you're like, hey, this wasn't the best code. I know it's not the best code, but it works. It's reliable. We have a lot of bugs to fix right now, and we got to get this project done by next Tuesday. So your time is probably not well spent going back and refactoring your code slightly to follow best practices, right? But if you have the time and you have the energy and you have the motivation and, you got no other competing priorities, maybe that's when you go back and you refactor some stuff. Because refactoring can be very useful, because you're going to become more skilled over time. Or if you're working with a team, maybe your team's standards have changed, right? You're like, oh, well, we used to name our variables this way, but Like, we haven't done that for a long time, and actually looking at this is kind of confusing. I mean, it still works, but like all the variables are like the wrong names. That might be a time when you go back and refactor and update to the current standards. So there's never like you should never touch your old code, or you should always refactor all the time. It's really going to depend on the circumstances of what you're doing with that code, right? If it's system critical, again, that's why so many like banks and stuff are still running code on COBOL and Fortran, because it's so system critical that if they touch it, they might break something really important, and then, you know, the world's economy goes down the drain for a few days, which is not something that can happen. So, you know, there's always those trade-offs, right? If you touch it, you might break it. But again, the reason that, you know, banks are in kind of trouble right now as far as technology is that they're running code that was written in the 1970s or earlier, and it needs to be updated, and now they're in a crisis mode. So they have to spend millions of dollars trying to get this code updated. So sometimes, yeah, I mean, they probably should have touched it sooner. Hey, Ras, good to see you. No refactoring, aka code debt. Yeah. Yeah. And not refactoring your code can lead to code debt. You'll often hear that called like legacy code or tech debt. That's something that my team at work is dealing with right now. For a long time, they just really didn't. They often didn't clean up old code. I kind of talked about this a little bit at the beginning of stream. Just didn't really do a lot of cleanup. It was more of just like, oh, well, we're not using this anymore, but somebody might want it, and we're just going to kind of put it over here. And we're like, okay, no, we actually need to get rid of this, or we need to update this. Either one, like, because it's really confusing. And so, yeah, we kind of have an initiative to do that kind of thing now, which is good. Even though it does take time, right? It takes time out of our sprints. It means we can't work on as many things in the current sprint because we're working on legacy code. We're working on tech debt. But it has to be done. We'll come back and refactor later is the biggest lie ever told. Yep, 100%. Motown says, like the calendar example. Yep, that's exactly the reason I had to write my first real like useful Python script was because of 20 nested if statements and some legacy tech debt code. So yeah. Matthias says this still looks so much like JavaScript. I'm amazed they can still follow. I mean, it really is. So both JavaScript and Python have a foundation in the same syntax of C. So, for example, I was able to pick up C# in a very short time, just because, again, it has a similar syntax to JavaScript, and all of them are, have a similar parent in C. And as just exactly what Strain said, if you delve into any of the C-based languages, you'll recognize a lot of the syntax. Yep. So I was able to start building desktop applications in C# in like a few days, just because it looks so much like JavaScript, and I understood, the basics of it really quickly. Yep. Yeah. Okay, so I think this is a good answer to the question, and also it did preserve my earlier correct answer, so we'll say done there. Now let's quickly retake this quiz. I'm just going to fill in the answers we got right before. Python, de-indent. Input is a built-in function. There, and for those of us who just joined us, we missed one question on this quiz earlier, so I'm just going to redo the correct answers that we got before. And this is the question we missed. I'm not salty about it because I still feel like either of these answers could be right. This is just the more right answer. So this is the correct one here. There. It'll never execute print world. This one will print out Bonjour Michael. And okay. So let's see if I went pretty quickly there. Let's see if I got it. Hey, there we go. Woohoo! Banana. Yeah. Also, if you are, I would highly recommend logging in as you're doing this course, because that will allow you to track your scores. So wait, that's wrong. Hang on. Assignments. There we go. So we can see here, going down through. It's literally keeps a grade book for you as you complete the exercises. I know Strain says that those school instincts to get that 100% still remain decades later. Oh, absolutely. I was very much a perfectionist as a student. So for better or for worse, the instinct remains. I cannot let a non-perfect score slide. And that's a good thing too, right? If we miss a question in an assignment in a self-graded course like this, we should always, first understand what we did wrong, understand why they consider the right answer to be correct, and then go back and do it again until we get it right. That's actually, a good way to learn. Okay. I think this is a pretty good stopping point. What we'll do next week is we will get into loops and iterations. We're gonna start getting loopy with it. We might be able to get through both loops and iterations and strings next week. Again, because some of this stuff is going to be remedial in terms of if you already have done some JavaScript, this is going to be pretty familiar. So, we already know what a for loop is. We already know what a while loop is. We already know, the basics of how we can manipulate strings and the types of things we can do with strings. So we'll plan on maybe getting through both of these lessons next week. And then we're going to kind of get into some more advanced topics. So working with files. For example, if I want to pull a text file into Python and, read it, right? I want to read information from that file. I can do that. We can start getting into, dictionaries and lists, and regular expressions. Python is really powerful at, just looking at files and figuring out what's going on inside them. And one of the next things that I want to do for work is, so a lot of what we do for work, again, is ETL pipelines. So extracting data from a source, transforming that data in some way. So maybe adding fields, doing calculations, cleaning the data, whatever, and then writing that data to a target. So extract, transform, and load. Now, we don't always extract data directly from a database. Sometimes we get it from an outside system from what's called a flat file. So a flat file could be a variety of things, but it's essentially a static file. So it could be a text file, it could be like a CSV file, it could be a freaking Excel spreadsheet, right? We can read flat files of almost any type. But the thing about flat files is that oftentimes they contain a lot of garbage data, especially if a user has filled it out. So especially if a human was involved in the process anywhere, just by definition, humans are going to make mistakes. So one of the next things I want to do with Python is read it, build a tool that can read in a set of files and check them like instantly for a bunch of common problems. So things like invalid characters, things that don't line up with our interpretation of Unicode, null values in certain fields, that kind of thing. I just want to be able to read a batch of files and be like, yep, these are good. Or, hey, this file is bad. Do you want to fix it? That kind of thing. Yeah, maybe using some regex, just interpreting the contents of those files and sanitizing, cleaning a little bit. We can do a certain amount of sanitizing in our ETL tool that we use. It can do that, but there are some things it can't do. And so, this would just be more of an initial check. And also, our ETL tool can't do things. It can't, like, for example, if there are two duplicate records in a file, it can't determine which record is the right one. There might be one record that's more right than the others. And our ETL tool has no way of knowing that. we as the humans sometimes have to be like, oh yeah, I see what they did here. They accidentally duplicated this record and this one is misspelled, so I want to use this record. Out of the two, I'm going to pick the one that's the most right. And so, I kind of just want to make a tool that can just scan the file and be like, look, here's the problem. What do you want to do? And since I already know how to build desktop applications, like I can build a GUI, I can build a user interface in C#, and then, I can have a Python script running under the hood that actually does the checks. So that's kind of my idea. We'll see if it pans out. Because I can, and I could just do it in like a raw Python script. That would be fine for me. But it's something I want to be able to give to my coworkers and say, hey, you can use this tool to make your job easier. Strain says, I'm better at giving myself grace for not being perfect now. That's the key. Go for 100, be okay with less. Yeah, I get the feeling our backgrounds might be slightly similar there, Strain. Yeah, for me, that's been a bit of a learning curve for me as well. You don't have to be 100% all the time. And more importantly, you shouldn't beat yourself up when you don't do something perfectly the first time. Ha, Twitch user, welcome to the stream. They say, hey, thinking of doing IBM's full stack course. Good plan? I don't know IBM's full stack course. First question, does it cost money? How much does it cost? Mama Rolf says human equals bad. I mean, in terms of data, oftentimes, yes. Unfortunately, in terms of data, humans generate garbage data. Anytime you have a system where a user is allowed to enter whatever they want, it will be terrible. What the best option is that your source system allows the user to still make a choice, but it's a very curated choice, and whatever data they generate is sanitized before it leaves the source system. Right? So ideally they're given like maybe a list of pre-selected choices, or the user is warned if they try to enter invalid data and they're not allowed to submit it. So ideally the data is curated and sanitized within the source system. However, as my fellow data professionals will probably know and agree with, oftentimes that does not happen, and the source system will just be like, yeah, sure, whatever. And then they rely on people like me, who are the middlemen, to sanitize and clean the data before it reaches the target. And hey, that just comes with the territory. That's just the nature of the job. We're the kind of the garbage collectors of the data world. And then by the time it gets to the end user, it's nice and clean and shiny, and they can use it to do their analysis. That's why you should always be skeptical of tools like ChatGPT or any large language model that's been fed on terabytes and terabytes of data, because it's highly likely that a large percentage of that data, no matter how hard they work to clean it, you're still going to get a lot of garbage mixed in there. So always be skeptical, because I've seen the type of data that goes into these large data solutions, and there's no way that they caught all the garbage. Not possible. Matthias is coding, finding the least bad solution. Yeah, least worst. Yeah. Twitch user says, 30 pounds per month for the IBM course. Money isn't an issue. I have a CS degree, but ended up in help desk. I want to get back on track. Yeah. So listen, I'm just somebody on the internet, right? So you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to respect my opinion. But here's what I would say. If you have a CS degree, I don't think you need additional training. If you have a CS degree, what I think you need is a good stable of projects, like projects that you have built on your own. So not boot camp projects, not things that are going to be like, this is obviously from a boot camp, but passion projects that you have built, or things you've built for a freelance client that you can put into a portfolio and show to recruiters or show to companies or whatever. I don't know what your stack is. I don't know, what you're aiming for in terms of a career, but if you have the CS degree, you already have the skill. You can build things. I'm sure you can, especially if you've been on help desk. So what you need, I think, is more of a focus on building your network. So reaching out to people, making connections in the industry, in tech, making friends who are employed and who are willing to give you that referral and that leg up into the job. A lot of the times the mistake that people make is think, oh, well, I know how to code, but I don't know enough code. I'll get a job if I learn one more language. I'll get a job if I learn one more platform. I'll get a job if I learn this new thing that everybody's talking about on Twitter. And that's not necessarily true. The thing that's going to get you the job is the people that you know and how you leverage that network. And also how you talk about yourself and how you advertise yourself. And so, do you have anything to advertise? Do you have a portfolio? Do you have something that you can show people to be like, yeah, I'm a badass and I build cool stuff? So I think those are before you shell out for another course and do more exercises and do more lessons for things that you probably already know, maybe consider, am I truly demonstrating to others the skills that I already have? So I haven't caught up with chat. It's kind of buzzing. So let me before I talk more, let me get caught up here. Matthias says, the way I code, I can never completely fail or get it first try. I check pretty much every step. Not sure if this is good practice in a corporate environment. I mean, honestly, in a corporate environment, you're not going to be coding from start to finish most of the time anyway. You're going to be working on a small part of a larger project and maybe just one single issue. So, I mean, testing is never a bad thing. Yeah, Odin project is good, again, but I'm not sure that your problem is lack of skill. Yeah, GPT is not trained on perfect code. It is the common man code that we get. Yes, GPT is wrong a lot. So, like I said at the beginning of stream, never trust what GPT gives you, and never use GPT to write your code. You can use GPT to troubleshoot your code. You can use GPT to help explain concepts in your code, or maybe even refine and refactor your code a little bit. But you should never, ever, ever trust what GPT gives you whole cloth. You should always go in with the sense of already knowing what you want it to give you and how that should look. And then just use GPT to help you with the mundane stuff or the boring stuff, right? The stuff you already know how to do. You just don't want to spend 10 minutes doing it. GPT could do it in 10 seconds. So yeah, that's how you should use GPT, as a tool, not as a guru. Yeah. Twitch user says, it's lack of skill promise, graduated 4 years ago and not properly coded since outside of LeetCode. Yeah. So you don't necessarily need to start from scratch. What you probably need to do is figure out where you're at in terms of skill, and you also don't need to pay. So things like the Odin project are going to be fine. Having a certificate from Udemy or Coursera or wherever you're going to be taking the course is not going to do anything for you. Again, all you need to do is get to the point where you can demonstrate your skill in a physical way with a portfolio, with projects. You need to make a network where you're talking to people in tech. You are having coffee chats. If you know what a coffee chat is, it's essentially where you say, you find somebody in tech at a company you're interested in and say, hey, can I have 15 minutes of your time and just hear about how you got your job, right? Or, hey, I'm really interested in this career path. I'd love to hear more about your experiences working at Microsoft. And then you make a friend. And then that friend remembers you and says, oh yeah, we've got a junior dev role open on our team. I'd love to have you. And then they put a referral in for you. So, I mean, that's how it actually works. It's not about how much you know. It's about how you advertise the skills that you have. So I always recommend don't pay, because there's so many options on the internet, which is a wonderful thing, that are free. So the Odin Project is great. It's also free. Free Code Camp is great. It is free. And I'm biased, but the organization that I work with is a nonprofit called 100 Devs, which is also free. It has a huge focus on not only learning to code, web dev, web apps, that kind of thing, but also getting a job, and is really heavily focused on the job part. So how do you actually interview? How do you build a portfolio? What should you do with your LinkedIn? Should you have a Twitter? What should be on your Twitter? How do you talk to people? How do you go to a meetup and get people to talk to you? How do you, make a friend in tech who wants to give you a referral? How does that work? How do you write your resume? What does that look like? So how do you interview? What questions are they going to ask you in an interview? On 100 Devs focuses really heavily on that. So for you, Twitch user, I would recommend maybe more of a focus on that. You can review the 100 Devs materials, see where your skill level is at. I bet you haven't forgotten as much as you think. See where your skill level is at, and then, build your portfolio and focus on the job hunt. That would be my recommendation. However, like I said before, I'm just a person on the internet. You don't have to listen to me. You can do whatever you want. You can pay a bunch of money. You could pay $10,000 for a boot camp if you want. But I don't think you're going to have any better outcome than if you focus more on building the version of yourself that you present to the world and advertise to the world to make them notice you and recognize your skills. Yeah. Chloe says, we use Copilot a lot now since last year. Yep. My organization, I work for a university. We have a version of Copilot that's like in-house. So it's, secure, I guess. I don't know. It's supposed to be secure and like a walled garden version of Copilot. And so we use that a lot. Just again, to do things like figuring out where there's an error in our SQL statement, right? Where did I forget a semicolon? Because SQL is, if you've ever used SQL has the worst error messages of any language I've ever encountered. Not only does it not tell you what the error is, it doesn't even tell you the line where the error is. And some IDEs will try to highlight the problem, but oftentimes they don't even get that right. They will highlight the wrong line. And so it's garbage. And so I use GPT and Copilot for just troubleshooting a lot. Yes, and that's true, Archangel, sorry. Yeah, all LLMs have the problem with bad data. It's just how they're trained. They're all trained the same way. All of them have bad data in their data sets. Yeah. Chloe says, I still say DSA is the king of starting out in tech. By that, they mean data structures and algorithms. So I would give a dissenting opinion on that. I would say that data structures and algorithms are absolutely valuable because they can really help you in interviews and, help you in technical interviews and that type of thing. However, what data structures and algorithms are not going to give you is the ability to visualize and complete a project from start to finish. And in my experience, I became a developer without ever even knowing what data structures and algorithms meant. I'd never heard the term, and so you don't need it to be a dev. I'm still learning data structures and algorithms now, just some basic ones, after being a dev for 3 years, a senior dev for 3 years. And so, it really depends. There's no perfect path. It's more about the best path for you, wherever you're at in your journey. Yep, as Puppy put it nicely, don't rely on a certificate, rely on your confidence, which is built upon mountains of failure, and failure is better worked through with community. Absolutely. How do you build a layout with floats? Chloe says, so 100 devs can help me finding a new role for me? Yeah, absolutely. We have a Discord. It's got like 80,000 members or something like that. Very active. Right now we're doing Huntober, which is literally the month of job hunting. We have live sessions every weekday where we just talk about how to interview, how to negotiate salary, how to, people come up and say, hey, I had an interview and I feel like I did really well, or I didn't do very well, and what could I do better, and what are some common interview questions, that type of thing. Live sessions every day. So yeah, super helpful. Yeah, absolutely, Twitch user. You can get a link to the Discord by doing !100 devs in chat. That will take you to the website, which has a link to the Discord, and then you can head there and start participating. Just if you do join the Discord, anybody here in chat, if you do join the Discord, you have to read the rules first, and then there's an emoji that you'll click, and that will open up all the channels for you. If you need help with that, you can just feel free to ask a question on the Discord, and somebody will assist you with figuring out, where you should be clicking to get all the channels. Oh, thank you, C3. I'm glad that I'm barking up the right tree here. Yeah, exactly. Rask says, have you tried SQLX? I have not. I have always been working basically my entire career. I've basically been working in like corporate SQL, which is like the classics, Microsoft SQL, Oracle SQL. The only time I've used Postgres has been for personal projects. So I've never done any of the newer, flavors of SQL really. Yeah, Chloe says, regarding SQL, can you even call them error messages? I better just say you got some error somewhere, figure out how to fix it, basically. SQL's just like, yeah, you messed up, haha, and then it doesn't tell you it doesn't tell you anything else. Oh, that's awesome, Shaxford. Yeah, thank you for everybody sharing their personal experiences with 100 devs in chat. That's awesome. Yes, and that's true. Data structures and algorithms can help you code efficiently, but you don't need data structures and algorithms to write code, and you don't need them to get a job. So, yes, easier to get job. Exactly. Strain says, I have a second round interview for a position I was referred to. Hey, that's that network. I haven't been asked a single question on data structures and algorithms. That was my personal experience as well. Not saying it can't happen. Barely any technical questions. I have to agree, it's not king for getting a role. You can pick it up more in depth when you're getting paid. Yeah. Yep. It's more about, again, how do you present yourself? Do you interview well? Can you network? Can you get that referral to get your foot in the door? Give me that Discord. Yeah, so you can go to that 100devs.org/about. There's a link to the Discord, like a third of the way down the page or something. Oh, okay. Rask says SQLX is not a flavor of SQL. It's a library in Rust that compiles your SQL and gives you good error messages. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Matthias says SQL. This is wrong. Go away. Yeah, pretty much. That's all it ever tells you. I've told this story before, but there was one time I spent like a couple of hours looking at a SQL statement with two of the most experienced SQL developers I have ever worked with. Like, these guys are like they're like SQL genies, wizards. They like these guys are like, they can just whip out a SQL statement that it would take me like an hour to like come up with, and the logic and how it fits together. These guys are amazing. And I couldn't get the SQL statement to execute. Like, I was like, what the heck is going on here? And so I was like, I asked one of the gurus, I asked one of the wizards, like, hey, can you look at this with me? I'm sure it's something silly. Like, can you just, you'll tell me what it is in 20 seconds. Like, you'll figure it out. And so he starts looking at it with me, and it keeps erroring out. And he's like, I don't know what's wrong here, after we looked at it for like 30 minutes. And then we brought in the other wizard, and he couldn't figure it out. This was before GPT really came on the scene. So we couldn't just dump it into GPT and say what's wrong. But the point is that it wasn't giving us anything, any indication of what was wrong. We were like Googling, we were reading blogs, we were, looking at stuff. And it turned out I was missing a slash at one point at the end of my code that none of us knew needed to be there. We still don't fully understand why it needed to be there, but I was missing a slash. And then after I did that, it worked. So, but again, that took us multiple hours of extremely experienced senior developers looking at the SQL and going like, we don't understand. So yeah, It's SQL is a beast. It's I love it. I built my entire career writing it, and there's still so much stuff I don't understand. But yeah, if I know it's been linked multiple times, but if anybody's interested in joining 100 Devs, I'll link it again. We'd love to have you there. You'll see me there too. I'm a mod on the Discord. But yeah, the whole mod team is great. The founder of 100 Devs is Leon Noel. He does, again, we're all volunteers. Nothing is paid for. There is no fees at any point because the whole staff is volunteers. Leon has tons of experience, both running and working in businesses, teaching people how to code. And yeah, it's a cool vibe, great positive community, and very supportive. Strain says, you never stop failing. You just do it at higher and higher levels. This is what you sign up for in engineering. Yes, that's why I love it so much. You're never gonna be the best at anything. That's not how coding works. That's not how tech works. Especially not in the coding space. You are never, ever, ever going to be the best at anything ever. And that's cool because there's always more to learn. You're never going to stop learning. So no matter how senior you are, sometimes you're not going to know what you're doing. And that's awesome. Because there's nothing I despise more than feeling bored and unfulfilled, in my work, right? So never going to feel that way in coding because you're always like, wait, I didn't understand that. Wait, why did that work? Why did I get an error there? So there's always something to pick up. Matthias says, I like your love-hate relationship to SQL. I kind of want to learn it now. Absolutely. Everybody should learn SQL. Everybody. As much as I talk about like errors and stuff like that, basic SQL, like enough to read data from a database, you can pick that up in less than 2 hours. Like enough to impress, your developer friends, especially if you're in like a front end role and you learn a little SQL, like a little how to write basic select statements against the database. Everybody's going to like love you for that because you're the one that can get the data quicker than using a GUI or, some kind of an interpreter tool or anything like that. If you can just write raw SQL against the database and fetch exactly what you need, like that's like magic. So everybody should learn a little SQL. SQL Bolt, SQLBOLT, is a great free resource for that. Just do the first few lessons and impress your friends. Big Return says, does LINQ have all SQL functionality in C#? I have used LINQ queries in C# to build desktop applications. Yeah, I mean, I've done... So I wouldn't say that it has all SQL functionality. I would say it has CRUD functionality. So by that I mean create, read, update, delete. You can absolutely do that with LINQ queries. But SQL does a lot of advanced stuff, especially depending on the SQL dialect that you're using. So once you get beyond basic CRUD and into things like triggers and store procedures and that kind of thing, I don't know that you can do that in LINQ. But I mean, for interacting with a database from an application, like all the basic CRUD stuff, yeah, I mean, it can do that. Chloe says, I've been working in backend for about 7 years. I still refer for SQL statements and their optimizations. You saying you still prefer SQL? Yeah, I mean, any other way that you're accessing a database, through a GUI or, through another, like, through some kind of a tool or whatever, it's probably running SQL under the hood. It's just presenting that in a more, friendly format like a GUI or whatever. And then it's just going to turn it into SQL and it's going to run it. So if you just learn how to write SQL, then you can skip that extra step and probably write better queries anyway. Oh, you might refer to syntax. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Star Fox says I'm more of a MongoDB kind of person. Yeah, I mean, hey, if you are primarily using non-relational databases, then sure, MongoDB is great. I will say, if your aim is to work in the back end, you should probably know at least a little bit of SQL as well. And it's fine to prefer MongoDB, but if you want to work back end, you should probably know some SQL, just because relational databases are way more common. And the primary language for relational databases is SQL. But that's not to say that MongoDB is bad. I use MongoDB a lot right here on stream. Most of the stuff we build here on stream uses MongoDB as backend, because it works so well with JavaScript. But still, I would recommend learning a little bit of SQL if you haven't already, just so you can be more employable for places that use relational databases. Yeah, and SQLize can be helpful. Yep, if you're coming from a non-relational background. Yes. And I do, if you are interested in learning SQL, I have a SQL crash course. Again, that'll teach you the basics of doing CRUD operations, create, read, update, delete, doing those types of operations in SQL. Yeah, and I think it's like 3 hours, but I mean, you'll come out of that knowing enough SQL to be dangerous. So for example, if you're interviewing for a full stack role, that'll give you enough SQL for that role, most likely. Yeah. It's 4 hours. Okay. I couldn't remember how long it was, but some of that is, the fluff, just me talking at you and stuff. The actual content is probably less than that. Strain says, enough SQL to be dangerous. It sounds like someone's losing some tables. Yeah. The thing about SQL is when you are working directly with a database, you are working directly with that database. You have the ability to alter the structure of that database if you want to. You can create and you can destroy. I'll say that. Now, most IDEs, most code editors that you're using SQL in will try to protect you. If you try to do something dangerous, it'll be like, hey, this sounds like it might be a bad idea. Are you sure? So it'll stop you. But, just FYI. The quickest way to destroy a database is to start truncating tables, and it's very easy to do. Hey, Void, welcome to the stream. They say, I'm studying DBMS for my CS degree. Really fascinated by how SQL compiled into relational algebra. Want to dive deeper into that someday. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad you're developing a passion for SQL. Like I say, I don't have a CS degree, like I've said before, so I'm missing a lot of that context. I never took CS classes in college, so I don't know anything about why SQL works the way it does. I just know that it works. But that is cool, that you're learning some of the theory behind why SQL does what it does, and it's giving you sort of a deeper understanding and appreciation for the language. And SQL might be from the 1970s, but you can absolutely still build a career on it today, especially if you have additional skills. If you know additional languages, and you can build stuff and demonstrate those skills. Star Fox says, what do you think about WebStorm being free to use now for non-commercial? I actually have not used WebStorm. Primarily for my database stuff, I use, oh crap, what is it? What's the thing I always use? Supabase. Yeah, I use Supabase. Supabase is good for building your own databases and learning SQL, just because it's very it's very user friendly. So you can start, you can build stuff with a GUI if you want, or it will also let you go in and just start writing raw SQL. And it has all those guardrails in place. It's not going to let you destroy your data unless you really want to. So, and it's free, which is nice. Twitch user says, after signing up to Gleam, it takes me back to the sign up page. Is that correct? Yeah, I think so. You really don't need to do so. if you're going into 100 devs, you really don't need to do anything else other than just head to the Discord. You can do the other stuff if you want. But really all you need is the Discord. Although I would appreciate, if you follow like me and Leon on Twitter, but and Twitch, but you don't have to. None of it is required. Anybody can do as much or as little as they want. So you can head straight to the Discord if you want. Curb says, what's your experience with database migrations? Aren't those a huge pain? Yes, they are. We are doing a major migration at work right now moving from a Banner data warehouse. If you're familiar with the Banner system, it's just a data warehousing solution. We're moving from essentially a pre-bought data warehouse, merging that data in to our native data warehouse. So essentially we're able to mix that data with all of our other data. And yeah, it was originally slated as a 5-year project, and it's been about 3 years, and we're not even halfway done. So yeah, the database migrations are not easy, especially when you're dealing with 50 years worth of data, which we are. So 50 years of data at a university level, and trying to, move that and modernize it and update it. And yeah, it's a years-long process. Voight says it's all math. It's all just math under the hood. Absolutely. Chloe says, are those jobs in 100 devs Discord verified? Like, can I trust submitting my details? Sorry, what do you mean by jobs? Just want to make sure I understand. Oh, in the job openings channel. Okay. So those are community submitted. Just so you know, I mean, those are not those are, community submitted by members of the community. So if you ever find something that looks suspicious in those postings, feel free to flag the mods. You can do that by typing the @ sign and then typing friends. That will tag the mods and we can look at it. But just at your own risk, just like if you were looking at any job posting on LinkedIn or Indeed or whatever. Of course, Pedro, it was good to have you here. Rask says, we're currently migrating 10 million users with a lot of money involved. We literally have hundreds of engineers on the migration. Yeah, we have 7 people. I think it's 7. And technically 8, but that was just somebody we just hired, and they, of course they aren't contributing anything yet because they just got hired. And out of those 7 people, only like 3 are actively assigned to the migration, because we have all the other stuff we have to do too, right? We have all of our regular customer tickets. We have all of our usual, our regular customers who need things done for them. So we can't have everybody on the migration. We can only put a subset of the team on the migration. So, and, and some people that's, doing database stuff isn't their full-time job. They have other things they have to do. They only do database stuff some of the time. So yeah, it's, I think we have three people actively on the migration right now. Void says, you guys seem really awesome. Well, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome to join us if you want. Even if so Void, you're already doing your CS degree, but there's no reason that you can't start networking right now and making friends that are going to land you a job, right? You can connect with people now who are already working in tech, make a friend, and then have a job waiting for you when you graduate. So you could absolutely be set by the time you graduate if you start building your network right now. So you could join 100 devs if you wanted. I'm glad you like the Discord server, Chloe. That's awesome. Matthias says, Claire, if you can automate the data migration process with Python and AI, will you tell your employer? I mean, basically what we do now is automated data migration. We have tools that, we have scheduled tools that run every night and migrate data for us. So the automation isn't necessarily the problem. It's building new things and making sure that the data that we're getting is structured in such a way that it can go through our automated process. So, I mean, and if I automate stuff, I automate little things at work all the time. Like I build little helpful reminder tools, and I'm really the only one on my team right now with that's kind of an all-rounder in terms of code. Like I'm not the best at SQL, but I am the one that can work in a variety of languages and tools. And so I automate stuff all the time, but I always tell my team, I think it's cool, like, hey, I built this little thing. You want to try it? And so, yeah, I always tell. I know that there's some environments where you might not want to do that, but I have a good team. I have a good supportive work environment. And so, yeah, I tell. But it just depends on your situation. Chloe says, I alone was assigned to migrate hundreds of petabytes of internal training data and only got about a month. Wow. Well, I hope they weren't expecting it to, what's the triangle? It's, do you want it fast? Do you want it cheap? Or do you want it done right? So it sounds like they were going for fast and cheap. And so you better hope they didn't want it done right. I'm not saying that you couldn't, that you aren't very skilled, but that's just not enough time. I'm sure you did your best, but man, they were really going for the fast and cheap angle, it sounds like. Matthias says, I'm not the best at SQL. Claire, senior SQL dev. Yeah, I mean, I am, but there's people on the nice thing, and this is a good thing, is that I'm not the best at SQL on my team. Like I said, there's a couple of guys on my team that are like magic at SQL. Like one guy, he'll just sit down and he'll just be like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking we could try this. And he just, freehand codes out some kind of crazy statement. And I'm like, wait, what? And he can just do it. He can just sit down and visualize it, and that's not something I can do, but I can do things that he can't do. So, it's all about trading off the skills. Like I can sit down and, build a desktop app in C# from start to finish. And that's not the skill that he has. So we complement, all of us complement each other nicely. And that's the goal of a good team, is that, they have skills I don't, and I have skills they don't. Chloe says, yep, we were on a timeline. Ain't that the way, right? Sometimes you just got to do the best with whatever time you have. And sometimes it's not going to turn out well. And then you're just like, well, you didn't give us enough time. Rask says, that's actually a good reason to look for a new job. I despise more and more the industry I'm working in. Yeah, I mean, not liking your job is a great reason to look for a new job. 100%. And sometimes you don't know you're burnt out until you're burnt out. Until you've been in it for a while. That's happened to me, not at this job, but at a previous job, I was literally having panic attacks walking into work every day. And it never really occurred to me like, hey, this might be a problem. And then until some other stuff happened and the company started tanking and I was like, I need another job. And then I realized, oh, wait, yeah, that really sucked. Raskas, I like my job. I actually love it, but the industry, meh, gambling, sports betting. Yeah, that's a challenge, right? When you're in an industry that's like not morally super awesome. My first job was in the health insurance industry. It was a great job. I mean, sitting in a cube all day, tons of PTO. I worked in a big skyscraper. Had a great team. Really not a lot of work. Like, man, my workload was like easy. So I could have coasted, coasted in that job, but the industry, man, if anybody knows anything about American health insurance, you know what I'm talking about. It was just not something I could stomach for the rest of my career. Frankly says, how large is your team? Is there a low limit to the number of members? Lowest critical mass in your opinion? Yeah, so our current team, and I'm guessing here and like going off the top of my head because I haven't actually counted. So including managers, like including the people at the managerial level, our team is like 8 people. We have 2 people who are like new hires, who aren't, they're great people. They just aren't to the point where they're regular contributors, like where they're really adding a bunch of value. They'll get there. It just takes a while. So 2 new people. So I would say like 6 really members who are really contributing, and putting items in sprints and doing tickets and stuff like that. Low limit. Well, the team started out with 3 people. So it's less about like the lowest critical mass and more about like how much work can we output, right? So fortunately, as the number of team members fluctuates, we fluctuate the amount of work. So it's not like if somebody leaves or retires or whatever. We've had that happen. A couple of people retired. We didn't keep the same amount of work. We backed off the amount of work. We use the agile system. And so, we use points to say like, okay, each person can average X amount of points of effort in a particular sprint. And so if somebody leaves, we can do minus that amount of points worth of effort in a sprint. So it's not like, we just pile more work on people. So it just depends on how much work our customers are expecting us to put out for them. Motown says, nearly 10 years in insurance, terrible industry for your mental health. Yeah, absolutely. I could tell that was going to happen. I was like, I only lasted like a year in insurance, particularly because I was on the data side of insurance. So I saw like I saw the people, I saw the data, I saw, what they were being charged and their conditions. And I was just like, oh, this sucks. I hate this. Yeah. So, hey, and I'm not saying that that people who work in health insurance are bad. I'm just saying it was not a good fit for me. But hey, I mean, if you got to do what you got to do sometimes, right? But I wasn't going to make a career on it. Well, that's awesome, Chloe. I'm glad you were able to get a good result out of that project, because that sounds like a heck of a challenge. Hey, Silly, welcome. Yeah, Rask, thank you so much for helping out on the Discord. Silly says, do you need a member of your team, but that member couldn't hear? I mean, we're not hiring right now. But if you are looking for a job, and especially if you have problems hearing, I don't know if you're being serious there or not, but lots of folks can find work as developers if they are visually impaired, if they have hearing impairments. There's lots of opportunities for employment like that, but you do need to be able to demonstrate your skill. So I'm sure if you're already coding, I'm sure you can demonstrate your skill, but you might have to work a little harder to build your network. Sounds like that's what you're doing, though. That's good. Alrighty, folks, we're gonna wrap it up here in about 5 minutes, but happy to answer any remaining questions or have any remaining topics that we want to talk about. Yeah, I'm jealous of you all Europeans out there. I'm fortunate enough that I am financially stable enough that I can go to the doctor if I need to, but I have friends that can't. They're just like, nope, something's wrong with me, but I can't afford to go to the doctor. So let's just hope it works out. So I wouldn't mind waiting a few months to see a doctor. If my friend could, I wouldn't mind if my friend had to wait a few months to see a doctor if they could just see a doctor. So I think that's something to keep in mind. A lot of people bring up like wait times and stuff like that, but so many people here in the US, they can't see a doctor at all because they can't afford it. Yeah. So if I had to pick the worst of 2 evils, I'd pick the longer wait times. Just so my friends could get medical care, stuff like that. Oh, I was going to mention to you all, somebody mentioned earlier that, in 2020, it was, somebody made a joke earlier, which I thought was pretty funny about in the year 2000, we program. In the year 2020, we sit on Twitch and we watch other people program. And the year 2030, we're going to be watching people on Twitch, watching people program. And then, I mentioned in the year 2050, we'll probably be watching, computer simulations of watching people program. And there is a science fiction story about that. So if anybody wants some reading homework, which I'm sure everybody loves homework, right? Virtual skee ball. Yeah. So there's a science fiction story about that. It's from the year 1920. So if you're interested in vintage science fiction, it's called The Machine Stops, and you can find links to read it for free online. It's no longer under any kind of copyright or anything like that. But yeah, I think it's one of the earliest science fiction stories ever written, and it is incredibly relevant today. It's a fantastic story, oddly futuristic and prescient. But yeah, it's called The Machine Stops. I believe from the year 1920. Oh yeah, E.M. Forster. Yep, that's the one. Great story. And if you read it, you'll be like, well, I don't want to read something from 1920, but you'll start reading it and you'll be like, hey, wait a minute. This is us today. I love it. It's great. Yeah, I do hope I can get back into fostering someday too. Yeah, I'm sure you've got a lot of widgets. Yeah, it feels a lot more like 2020. It absolutely does. Yeah, great story. The Machine Stops by E.M. Forster. That's my reading recommendation for you. Getting computers to understand what humans want improves all the time. Yeah, I think the question to ask ourselves is, we are programming the computers to try to understand what we think we want. We're programming the computers to try to figure out what the computers think that we want. Is that what we actually want? I don't know. Because we don't know. We don't even know how our brains work. Where are we trying to make computers figure out how our brains work when we don't even understand how our brains work? So be careful. GPT says, do we have a lot of people into C# here? I mean, I've built some stuff in C#. I'm not an expert. I don't build stuff in C# every day, but I've built some desktop applications with in C# and use LINQ to hit databases and stuff. This is getting so philosophical. Absolutely. That's what I'm here for. Oh, Curb says, C3 says, I reverse engineer C#.net. That's awesome. That's rad. What do you do that requires you to do that? I'm just curious. Like, is that your career or do you do it for fun? Oh, it's fun. Okay. Oh, you reverse engineer malware. That's so cool. I love that. That is so neat. There's so many niches in tech too. That's what I love too. Is that, like, it's you can pretty much make a career about, like, out of, like, any facet of tech that you want to get into. So any field or hobby or thing that you like, there's probably a tech version of it that you can make a career out of. Rask says, should start streaming someday. What made you start? Yeah, there's no barriers to entry in streaming. I started because I helped one person on the 100 Devs Discord. Somebody asked, I was hanging out in the Women in Tech channel. Somebody asked for help, and I remember I made a decision. I had a decision point because I was hungry and I wanted dinner, but this person was asking for help. And I was like, I remember thinking, I have a choice. I can ignore it and go eat dinner, or I could jump on a voice chat on Discord with this person and see if I can answer their question. Because I knew the answer. I was just really hungry. But I was like, okay, it'll take me 10 minutes. And so I jump on voice chat with this person, and then I help them answer their question. And another person joined, and they were like, oh, wow, this is so helpful. do you do this often? And I'm like, this is literally the first time I've ever jumped on a Discord voice channel with anybody. And so I started doing like regular help sessions in Discord on voice chat. Just, once every, I forget what my original schedule was, just like, once every couple days, helping folks with the homework and stuff. And it started getting bigger and bigger. And it got to the point where we were overflowing the voice channels. Like there was too many people in the voice channel and people couldn't share screens. And people were like, go to Twitch. And I'm like, what's Twitch? I don't know what I don't understand streaming. I don't know how to do it. I don't know anything about this. Why do you want me to do this? But, peer pressure. And so I went to Twitch and I didn't have a camera. I didn't have a microphone. I didn't have any of this stuff that I'm using right now. I didn't have lights, camera. I didn't have a microphone. I had a crappy laptop with a built-in microphone, no camera, and the laptop would break often. So I had one screen on a crappy laptop with, no camera and a built-in microphone, and I would have to physically smack the laptop to stop it from breaking. So you don't need fancy equipment to stream. I've slowly built up right now what I'm running on is a custom built gaming computer that I built myself. I have lights. I have, a nice microphone with a pop guard and an arm. And I have a, nice, not quite 4K monitor. I have a multi-monitor setup and a nice camera and all these things. But to start streaming, you don't need any of that. You need a screen, a laptop that's powerful enough to run OBS or whatever you choose, or Streamlabs or whatever, and an internet connection, and preferably a microphone. I mean, that'll be helpful, but that's it. Anything else is just extra. Let's see. Catching up with chat. Sorry, folks. Do something you love and you'll never work another day in your life. Hey, it's true. One can only hope, right? KP says, is it necessary to have a cam on when you stream? Nope. I did not have a camera for like my first 4 months of streaming. I literally had at one point I had a channel point reward that somebody could, I had it set super high and somebody could redeem it to make me buy a camera. But until then, I didn't have a camera. Didn't need one. Big says, what does hunger feel like? It depends on whether you mean physical hunger or metaphorical hunger. Oh, that's awesome, Chloe. Thank you. Yeah. C# Discord, official C# Discord. That's rad. Yeah, if you're helping people on voice chats already, that's a great start. You could always graduate over to Twitch too. One thing I always tell everybody who's interested in streaming is that you need to go into streaming with the attitude that you're doing it for yourself, not for an audience, because it's likely that when you start and for a while, you will not have an audience. You will be just streaming to an audience of one, which is you. So don't ever go into streaming expecting to be famous or expecting to get anything, like any money out of it. You know what I mean? Like no monetary reward, not necessarily any audience, maybe 1 or 2 people occasionally. But what's important is what you do with that audience when you get them. Is that as soon as somebody joins your stream, you engage with that person. You say hello to them. You talk to them. You engage with chats, as long as they're not being, an asshole. If they're being nice in chat, you be nice back. You engage with them, and that'll mean they come back next time. And maybe they bring a friend, or maybe you get a raid and you keep those raiders on your chat. So just be very cautious about your reasons for streaming. Build your audience over time and don't expect any immediate results, whether they're monetary or, subscribers or followers. Because, maybe you'll be pleasantly surprised, but most likely you won't. So just keep that in mind. And I'm not trying to say don't stream. I think streaming is great. Just keep in mind what you're going to get out of it, especially at first. Oh, thank you, Epic50. Glad it was helpful for you. Yeah, back in the day, the voice channels were capped at like 20 people. Yeah, it was like 25 or 50. It was really like small. Yeah, they used to be really capped. C3, that's awesome. I'm glad you had a similar start in streaming as well. Yeah, it really happened organically and unexpectedly. Yep. Mama says this is almost how Khan Academy was founded. A person wanted to teach children for the family living far away. It all spun off from that. Yeah, some of the best outcomes are arrived at randomly, right? You can't plan for these things to happen. They just do. Yeah, and Mama gives a great point. You don't even need a laptop. You can use a phone. You can, depending on what you're streaming, you can stream from a phone. You got a Bluetooth mouse and a Bluetooth keyboard. You could have a tablet, lean it up against the wall, and start streaming off of that. Of course, Chloe, it's good to have you here. Hope you enjoy hanging out on the Discord as well. Of course, Motown, great to have you. KP says, if you're working on a client project, building a website, is it a good idea to stream that and save the video as proof to show as experience to future clients? I will say yes, but not for the reason that you said. I would say yes, it's a good idea to stream it and talk about what you're doing, but not because any client is going to care. It's going to be more about when you're talking to clients, if you've already really gone through and explained your project to the people who are watching your stream, then if a client asks about a particular feature, you'll already have your speech about that feature. You'll have it down pat, because most clients aren't going to be interested in the technical details of your feature. But if you've already explored it inside and out from a technical perspective, you can then summarize that in a few sentences for your client and be like, yeah, so this essentially what this feature does is it, secure communication, whatever. Like, you can summarize it in a couple sentences without even thinking about it, because you already spent so much time talking about it and working through it live on stream and telling others about it. So yes, it's a good idea to stream your projects, but no client is ever going to want to watch that footage. However, they are going to want the Cliffs Notes and your little sound bites about specific features that they're concerned with. And if you've already talked about them on stream, you'll sure as heck be able to talk about them in front of a client. Exactly. As Puppy says, streaming is a way to motivate yourself to talk through your code and can be a really helpful way to get past the roadblock of putting yourself out there. Yeah. I used to get super nervous before I would go live. Like, we're talking like sweating, pounding heart, just like full on nervous. Oh, did I miss something? Is everything set up? Am I good? Like, what? And now I still feel like the occasional like twinge, like, oh, I'm about to go live in front of a bunch of people, but my heart rate stays the same. I don't I don't break out in flop sweat anymore. So yeah, it's about the practice, right? It's about the practice. It's about perfecting your patterns and building pathways in your brain that let you go up and do this stuff without really thinking about it anymore. You start to build little routines and verbal patterns and things that you can just slip into pretty much effortlessly. So I've talked about this in Matthias's wonderful social anxiety group, is that you don't often just practice for the sake of practice. You can also practice to build those routines and patterns that you can just slip into. So I kind of call it like my newsreader persona. So how like newscasters when they're on air, like they don't talk like that in real life. Nobody does. But they have a pattern, they have a certain pattern of behavior and certain verbal techniques that they slip into when they go live on air. And I do that too. I have certain ways that I gesture and speak and facial expressions and verbal patterns that I use here on stream that I don't talk the same way when I'm speaking to my parents, right? My personality is roughly the same, but I have a certain way I convey myself when I'm live, and it's different than me in private. Not greatly different, but there's absolute differences. This is my broadcaster persona. And so the more you practice this, the more you can build that persona and just slip into it whenever you need to, whether that's on stream, in an interview, in a coffee chat, and present yourself in the best possible light. It just becomes easier with time. Yeah, as Mama said, if you're going to start streaming, remember the current count of Twitch viewers is 28 million ish, and the current count of streamers is 124,000. So whatever that division is, yeah, it's 20. And so yeah, the current average on Twitch is 23 viewers per stream, and that's average. What you're going to find is if you're actually looking at the stats for Twitch, and I've done this, if you're looking at the stats for Twitch, it's very much that like something like there's a ridiculous percentage of streamers who don't have any viewers at all. Like the majority just don't have any viewers at all. And so I recognize how lucky I am to, have the viewer averages that I do. And, some of that is my association with 100 devs. Some of that is the amount of time I've been streaming, the niche that I stream in, what I choose to stream about. But, you just have to be aware of the realities when you're getting into it, is that you're not gonna go into it and come out with a big audience, most likely. What you are going to get out of it is practice, building your skills at presenting, building your skills at talking to others, getting a deeper understanding of your own code, making a few friends as they join your chat, making maybe some real life friends who join your chat. So definite benefits, just need to be aware of the realities. But yeah, I appreciate that you did that math there, Mama. Average of 23 viewers per stream, and that's an average. You're going to find that folks like, the big Ninja, and I don't know if there's Ninjas still on Twitch, but the big full-time streamers that do this for a living, like they're going to be weighting the average very much in favor of them. So yeah, they're pulling that average up. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. I would say so, yeah. Hey, that's awesome, Matthias. I love that. Good job. Yeah, the stage persona is part of you that just isn't active all the time. But I know Matthias is a musician, so I'm sure Matthias has a persona that they put on when they go up on stage that isn't who they are all the time, and it's not that they're lying. It's just that person of them that is the most visible when they're on stage. KP says, every time I watch the stream team in Leon's Discord, I feel very inspired to work on classes, etc. But then I get distracted and feel bad and guilty afterwards. There's nothing to feel guilty about. But what you should be thinking about is, okay, what's distracting me? And why do I feel that way? What do I need to do in order to facilitate myself so that I can be less distracted? Maybe it's right after you finish watching me or Leon or one of the other stream teamers. Maybe you don't do anything else until you've done a Code Wars. Maybe as soon as the stream switches off, you don't do anything else. You immediately go into whatever you were working on, whatever you want to accomplish. You do that for 20 minutes, and then you take a break, and then you see if you want to continue, right? Maybe you just try to spend, maybe not even 20 minutes. Maybe after the stream is over, maybe you spend 10 minutes working on some code. And you do that every single time until you bump it up to 15 minutes. And then you bump it up a little bit more. And then maybe you get the urge to do it not after a stream. So it's all about not, kicking yourself for getting distracted. It's more about, okay, I'm getting distracted. I recognize that. How do I get less distracted? What do I need to do to make it easier on myself? Yep, small steps. Mattel says, to your point, I was on a project where I was in charge of the network and coding up the SCADA system. The guy we dealt with was a mechanical engineer. He would ask me questions about why this is not working or why this is working. I would explain to him, and he would interrupt and say, I'm hearing a lot of words. Yeah, learning how to explain technical things to less technical people is a skill just like any other. It's a very valuable skill if you can perfect it. So, teaching and presenting are huge skills for people in the tech industry because we work with such advanced topics that somebody coming off the street has no hope of understanding if we use all the jargon and the vocabulary and, just start typing at 1 million words a second. Not going to work. So it's a skill, definitely. Yeah, frankly, a lot of folks cook while they listen to my stream. That's what folks are often, they're cooking or, you know, doing other things, which is great. Mattel says, so I would have to dumb it down because he didn't want to hear an explanation. He was looking for a simple explanation that would give him a warm and fuzzy. He wanted to feel like he knew why something was going on so he could explain it to his higher ups. Honestly, I would say that's valid because the higher ups don't want to know the technical details. What he wanted was a soundbite that he could pass along directly to the higher ups. And honestly, I would say that's valid. Um, because again, the higher ups don't care. And since he's not a computer engineer, he probably couldn't trust himself to simplify. Even if you did give him the technical details, he couldn't trust himself to simplify it to the point where he could tell it to the higher ups and still be correct. So in that regard, yeah, I think him asking for a soundbite, a dumbed down version was appropriate. KP says, side note, any good advice for noise canceling wireless headphones? I'm looking for something I can wear during work hours to help me focus. I have a pair right here, and I love them. These are, it depends on how much money you want to spend. I'll say that. These are Sony XM5 noise canceling headphones. I love them. They're great. I had been using the Sony XM4s up until recently. The XM5s are even better. I'm not a headphone person. I'm not like an audiophile, so I don't know a bunch about sound, but these work great. They aren't super heavy. The battery lasts a long time, and they cancel noise really well. But yeah, if you want to spend a little less money, get the XM4s. They're the previous generation, and they'll work just fine. And they're going to go on sale a lot too, so especially probably around Christmas time. So you might be able to pick one up for, $100 or so. The XM5s are still going to be more expensive, but I mean, they'll go down a little. Aw, Matthias, that's so nice. Family support is nice. Big says, my brother gave a photo portrait to my sister on her birthday. Willing to spend money on good quality. Keep an eye out. Cool. Yeah, Sirius says you have the fives and threes and you still use both. Yeah, if I still use my fours. If the battery dies on my fives, I just switch them out. Absolutely, Rask. Yeah, start streaming if you want to. Yep. Look for used tech gear or previous. So like, especially when it comes to like computers and stuff. I got my laptop. So the rig I'm streaming on here. This is a gaming machine. I built it, but my laptop that I use for just laptop stuff was an open box previous gen Lenovo Yoga laptop that with great specs that I got from Best Buy, Best Buy open box for like $500, and it's great. I love it. That's why I like the Best Buy open box KP because they grade the stuff. Like mine was in very good or I forget it was very good or excellent condition, and it was perfect. Like there was like a little like smear of dirt on the lid of the case, but I wiped it off and then it was fine. Yeah, Best Buy open box, highly recommend. Yeah, yeah, from the store. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Yeah, private. If you're buying like computers from private sellers, very risky. I wouldn't necessarily do that. But yeah, from like Best Buy or something, open box, go for it. Also, too, if you are really so, last little thing I'll give you, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Um, if you are really short on funds and you like just need a basic laptop, check out government surplus and also like university surplus stores and like school surplus stores. What they do is essentially they'll take like the employee laptops are like the, you know, organization provided laptops, which are going to be like pretty reliable base model Dells. You know, sometimes you can get towers and stuff. They're not going to be powerful, but they're going to work, and they're going to have, you know, a nice wiped hard drive for you. And they're just going to have like pallets of them, you know, big old pallets, and you can pick them up for super cheap. So if you really just, if you're really short on funds and you need just a really cheap laptop, you can also check out Surplus, like University Surplus. My university that I work for has a Surplus store, and you know they have like Dell, you know, Optiplex Dell towers, you know, tower PCs for like $100, you know, just sitting there. You can pick up like 5 of them, you know. Same with laptops and monitors, computer accessories. None of them are going to be fancy, but they're going to work. Frankly says, does the XM5 have a switchable battery? Nope, but it does charge really fast. So you just plug it into a USB-C and it just charges in a few minutes. Big says, if you tried using a RAM disk for a local database, I generally just do cloud database stuff like on Supabase or MongoDB, but yeah, so I'm not a huge resource for that. Also, Goodwill sometimes sells PCs, but they've kind of jacked up the prices on those. But again, I would suggest government surplus, school surplus for really, really bulk, cheap, you know, just workhorse PCs. Yeah, and you can always just tear it apart too. If you pick up a tower for $50, you can, you know, tear it apart and see how it works. Because also too, for like government and university computers, they're going to be the ones that are super fixable too, because they want, you know, they want computers that the help desk techs can just tear apart and replace parts on super easily. So they're not going to be like the super sealed computers very often. They're going to be like ones you can just unscrew the back, take stuff out of it, you know, replace parts. They're going to be, you can be able to find replacement parts super easy. Yeah. All right, let's find somebody to raid, shall we? Gonna wrap it up for tonight. But yeah, good work today, everybody. We're gonna do loops and strings next week. And then we're going to start getting into the fun stuff where we start actually being able to really manipulate and, you know, do programmatic stuff with transformative stuff with data. Yeah, you can, yeah, if you get a Surplus computer, you can set up your own NAS file server, Plex server, whatever. Yep. Of course, Augustine, it's good to have you here. All right. We're going to raid somebody, as we always do, where if you have any suggestions, preferably somebody in the software and game dev space who is live right now, that is always appreciated. Otherwise, we can easily find somebody. All right. Getting the raid page pulled up here. Let's see who we can find. So we're going to go for smaller size, same category. And who do we got going on? Oh, is Leah on right now? Oh, they're on right now. We got to raid them. Sorry. No decision. We're raiding Leah. All right, folks. We're going to raid Leah. Please stick around for them. They're a fellow stream team member. They're great. All right, here we go. And show them some love. Remember, treat them exactly the way you treat me. Wonderful, positive vibes. And Leah's chat is great. So, all right, here we go. Rating them now. I'll see you all next week for more Python. All righty, raid is starting now. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and raid.